And we're grateful to God Almighty for granting us life another chance to make an impact in our communities. Good morning, and thank you very much for joining us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Tuesday, the 7th day of July 2026. How are you doing this morning? I hope you're doing very well. And you're listening to us from your homes or offices, or maybe you're on your way to work. Wherever you are this morning, we say thank you very much for choosing us. And we're happy that you're safe and ready to serve Mother Ghana. So talking about Mother Ghana, on Friday, okay, the government actually talked about its, post-flood recovery plan, and also shared with us what it intends to do to mitigate the, impact of floods. Now, they actually set up a committee, and the committee is led by Brigadier General Foster Okanyeboa. He's been telling us all that they intend to do. They're going to be desilting gutters. If there are structures on waterways, they're going to be, breaking them down. But also, this morning, as we talk about our post-flood recovery plan, the government has issued a statement. So the 10th and 11th of July will be, clean days. Okay. These 2 days are dedicated for us to clean our environments, to desilt our gutters and everything. The expectation is that ministers, MMDCEs would all join us. Okay, so what happens after that? Is it going to be a one-off thing? And then after that cleaning exercise, what will be the next step? This is a conversation we're having with you here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Tell us what you think and what you believe should be done. But also coming up this morning, the Ghana Education Service, Greater Accra region. Now, Greater Accra Directorate has ordered an immediate region-wide suspension of all graduation ceremonies, prom nights, and leaver celebrations in pre-tertiary schools, both public and private. Now, in a directive dated the 26th of June 2026, okay, signed by the Regional Director Hajia Katumina Togmata, GES cites the Education Ministry's total ban on such events, framing it as a move to protect discipline, promote equity, and shield parents from undue financial burden. Okay, this morning we just want to find out, is indiscipline really about what, graduation ceremonies, or is GES targeting the wrong problem? What's wrong with graduation ceremonies? Okay, what's wrong with graduation ceremonies? Are these the cause of indiscipline in our schools, or it's all about, as it says, save parents the financial burden? Well, my name is Winston Amoah, and on behalf of the team, we say thank you very much for choosing us. Let's do this together. Let's get interactive. Get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. Coming up is the news at 6.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the news at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM. It's 103.9 FM in Accra. In Kumasi, we're on Love 99.5 and in all 16 regions of Ghana via partner stations. We're also live on myjoyonline.com, X Spaces and YouTube. Coming up this morning, Flood Mitigation Task Force earmarks for demolition several buildings obstructing waterways in areas including Damfa, Oyarifa and around the Tessa Dam near the Boundary Road. We have details as the Minister for Water Resources, Works and Housing and the military call for public support as the task force moves to remove structures built in waterways. Also this morning, a former Attorney General and lawyer for embattled former Buffer Stock Company CEO Hanan Abdul Wahab to file an application for abridgment of time to fast-track his client's habeas corpus case as authorities continue to deny him access to his clients. We have more of this coming up shortly. Also in business,
government expects early Eurobond repayment to impact positively on Ghana's debt stock and credit ratings. We've got details on the Joy Business Report.
And also this morning, Nana Amma Bonsu officially adored as new Asantehema, succeeding Nana Kunedi Yadom III at Menshel Palace. These and more coming up with me, Mami Sinyamicha Thompson. Stay for details. Let's get into the details now. The Flood Mitigation Task Force has earmarked buildings to obstructing waterways in Damfa, Oyarifa and around the Tessa Dam for demolition following an inspection of flood-prone areas. Minister for Water Resources, Works and Housing, Kenneth Ajay, is urging public support for the exercise to clear structures built on waterways.
After the downpour and after the conduct of the reconnaissance by His Excellency the President, we also conducted some recce to look at areas where we think we can conduct some operations to mitigate the impact of the rain. We can't stop the rains. So based on that, we conducted some recce to places like Dampa, Oyarifa, places like Oyarifa, New York Junction, the Kweshi area and the Boundary Road area. And then after that, we decided that we're going to conduct operation such that we'll tackle the discharge, the source, before we come to the cause of water bodies. So as we speak, we've started some work on the patient dredging and the discussion is ongoing. Yesterday, we did some work in Okaikwe North just to distill some cause.
Well, the team led by Brigadier General Foster Okan-Yeboah also inspected dredging works at the Kweshi Lagoon, where the 48th Engineer Regiment is clearing silt and debris, as well as major storm drains along the Teshi Bush Road near the ICGC East in Accra. The exercise forms part of government's post-flood mitigation measures. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Economic and Social Development Committee of the Council of State, His Royal Majesty Drolo Bosu Adamtis says illegal developments and heaps of refuse could trigger a serious public health crisis if urgent action is not taken. He made the remarks during a joint assessment tour with the National Disaster Management Organization of some of the hardest hit communities in Accra. But let's listen to the Brigadier General Foster Okanyeboa, who inspected dredging works at the Kweshi Lagoon.
Engineering part, government is ensuring that we do it. What we are going to also tackle is the behavioral part. And we plead with Ghanaians that when we get there, we need their full support. What I mean with the behavioral part is where people are built in waterways. The last time during the press conference, General mentioned that in places that we need to demolish, we have to. We all know what we witnessed some few weeks ago. We don't want it to happen again. So when we get there, we need the full support of Ghanaians.
And here the Brigadier General Foster Okanyeboa sorting for public support. Well, still on flood, at least 4 people, including 2 pregnant women and a child, have died crossing the Sulin Stream in the Sekpan electoral area since 2022. As peak rains set in, residents say poor road access is cutting 5 farming communities off from healthcare, schools and other essential services. Martina Bugri reports.
The 5 farming communities depend almost entirely on narrow farm tracks as their only access route, which are submerged by a stream that cuts them off from the entire municipality. Works on a culvert to address the problem stalled in 2024. Mr. Richard Basum is the assemblyman for the area.
2022, we lost a pregnant woman who was transported on inside the Mutuki to Tale Clinic. On the way to cross the 2 stream with the pregnant woman, the woman lost her life with the child. And last year, 2025, there was a pregnant woman in the same incident.
Mr. Basson said the road crisis is also crippling education, with many schools unable to operate effectively.
The school that is in the community, the school have to close down. Every year, the school have to close down.
11 people have been arrested and arraigned before the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly Court for various sanitation-related offences. KMA, as part of renewed efforts to curb insanitary conditions in the city, has reintroduced its enhanced summons initiative, popularly known as Saman Saman. Emmanuel Bite-Kweku reports. Well, we'll bring you that report later. Now, former Attorney General Godfrey Adame says he will seek an expedited hearing for the habeas corpus application filed on behalf of former Buffer Stock Company CEO Hanan Abdul Wahab, arguing his client has been denied access to his lawyers for more than 2 days after his arrest at the airport. Now, the High Court has since fixed 2 weeks next week to hear the application, seeking an order directing the BNI to produce him in court. Well, we'll bring you that as well later. Now, Mr. Godfrey Adame also says he'll file a second application seeking to restore what he describes as his client's financial rights, arguing that restrictions placed on Hanan Abdul Wahab's access to his funds are unlawful. And also Nana Ama Bonsu, a respected businesswoman and memorial of Menchia, has been officially adored as the new Asante Hema, succeeding the late Nana Kunedu Yadom III. The traditional ceremony took place on Monday at the Menchia Palace in Kumasi, marking a significant moment in the history of the Asante Kingdom. But who is this 15th occupant of the Asante Hema stool? Emmanuel Bite-Kweku shares the tale of the Queen, who is admired for her humility and affable personality. We'll bring you details of that report in a subsequent bulletin. And that's all we have for you this morning on the news at 6. Up next is Business on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now.
Go, the go. Go me. And what time when you come back, we are not hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car?
No, I not change my car. It be the same ride. It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so.
This is the type of fuel where they want to. Because now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir.
Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind self be the 3-in-1 action. No, Excellium they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open them.
Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel?
Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you.
Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside?
I give you info. Make a fill the gobe too small.
The go.
Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
When I say ABSA, you say yes. ABSA Bakiti, we go say yes this 2026 till your jobs start dropping down. Yes, you listening to me right now. I know you get dreams. A work is here and they work it out. Like me, I want to buy that Porsche car I've been dreaming of. I move into my dream house. No landlord will say me. Join the ABSA family and let's help you say yes to your dreams with tailored banking solutions from loans, mortgages, credit cards to digital banking and more. Make 2026 the year of yes with ABSA. Your story matters.
Hey, who they brass? We they brass them. Hey, who they brass? We they brass them. Hey, who they brass? We they brass them. Brass your teeth. Brass your teeth every day and night. After eating before bed, brass the gems away. The sugar jam, we go brass them. Fufu jam, we go brass them. Rice jam, we go brass them. We go.
When it comes to your teeth, Funnel World Cup. Brush them twice daily with Pepsodent, now in limited edition packs. This advert is FDA approved.
Eno, you know what our father left us when he died?
Debts?
He left us land, Eno. But Nanayo said the land is his. The court said, come back in 2031.
Hey, that's not an inheritance. That's a curse, brother.
Real Ejapadia doesn't come with disputes. At Deftraco Woodlands, a 592-acre master plan gated city in Dawenya, your inheritance is waiting. Don't leave your children a court case. Leave them Deftraco Woodlands, the Ejapadia they'll be proud of. Visit woodlands.devtracogroup.com. Call or WhatsApp us today on 0208 732 302.
Kofi, I think we need to call them.
Deftraco Woodlands, where your roots run deep.
This football season, Star Oil and Point Africa, they give you double. Every Monday and Tuesday, fuel up at Star Oil and get 2 times your bonus points. That's right, double points when you buy quality and affordable fuel from Star Oil. Now, fuel the game for Point Ibeji. From 1st June to 19th July, collect and redeem points in the Point Africa app for amazing rewards, including fuel vouchers, flat screen TVs, PlayStation, Bluetooth speakers, blenders, and food deals. First come, first serve. Charlie, don't just pay. Get point, use point. Download the Point Africa app today. Star Oil, still quality and affordable fuel for all. Terms and conditions apply.
When the bills are mega.
When the plans are mega.
When the pressure is mega.
When the need is mega.
Then you need a mega answer. That answer is Societe Generale Ghana's Mega Loan. Societe Generale Ghana's Mega Loans promo is available to new and existing salaried workers, existing loan subscribers, including top-up customers and pensioners. Get support for personal needs, family priorities, school fees, home improvement, business support, and more. Enjoy big loans, low rates with a quick and straightforward process designed to help you move without delay. Visit any Societe Generale Ghana branch today or call 030-2214-314. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
Big news from Stay Soft. Your favorite fragrances now come in a new Ultra Concentrate bottle with 4 times more fragrance. You get freshness that lasts and lasts long after the washing is done. A long-lasting scent that keeps your clothes fresh all day. Our family-sized bottle offers better value and conveniently lasts longer. Try the new Stay Soft Ultra Concentrate bottle today for freshness that lasts and lasts. This advert is FDA approved. Keep out of reach of children.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And the 6 a.m. news brought to us by Absa Bank Ghana Limited, Your Story Matters, and Total Energies Total. We go the extra mile for you, which means we can bring you the Joy Business Report brought to us by Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. Akbafu.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you doing, man?
I'm great. You?
Oh, as you can see, God is still taking very good care of his children.
Yes, he is.
This morning, we're told that the weather will be a mix of cloud and sunshine with a slight chance of showers or thunderstorms, and it will be windy at times. In the afternoon, it will be sunny with a slight chance of showers or thunder showers, and it will be windy at times. And in the evening, it will be clear, slight chance of a thunderstorm and windy at times. So,
wow.
That's the weather.
Be on the lookout.
Yes, that's because there's a slight chance it could happen. So just be on the lookout and make sure that you're prepared. But you know, Daryl, on Friday, the government, told us about its post-flood recovery plan, post-flood recovery and mitigation plan, and they set up a committee led by the Ghana Armed Forces, with Brigadier General Okanyeboa in charge. Now they are expected to lead the plan to desilt our drainages, clean our cities, and demolish structures if necessary. Yesterday we were going to do this, but this morning we're bringing it back. Okay. But also government has talked about National Cleaning Days. Friday the 10th, Saturday the 11th of July.
Is it a one-off or something?
Is it one-off or something that we're going to be doing? Now, in that statement, there's a talk about what the MMDAs should do. Now, shouldn't we be shouldn't the president be carrying out that threat or that promise of dealing with MMDAs and by extension MCEs who fail to ensure improve sanitation within the Greater Accra metropolitan area?
I think it should, and I don't know how effective these National Clean Days would be. I mean, we've tried the once a
now we should be sacking
once a month.
You see, by now we should be sacking some MCEs who are not performing.
Cleaning exercise. Yeah, people should be sacked.
Yes.
For not performing. Yeah.
And you see, when it comes to waste management, Daryl, I don't know why we're making waste management so difficult in this country. Waste is a resource. There are countries that need it. Okay? They're recycling. Right?
Yeah.
So why don't we, first of all, and I've been advocating this for some time. So in where I live, for instance, we zone it and say that, okay, Daryl and Sons should manage this. And then George Riafi and Sons should manage the other place. So the people know that George Riafi and Sons and Daryl and Sons are doing these things. They will deal with Daryl and Sons. And if you don't do the right thing, the people will take you on.
Yeah.
Okay, if you give it to one person, it's a problem. Because at some point, the person will be overwhelmed. Why don't we begin to ensure that the people do the right thing? Look, where I live, the estate in which I live, we have service fees that we pay. Every Tuesday, so tonight, I know that, all the houses in the estate would bring out their dustbins because the waste truck would come for it at dawn. Before you wake up tomorrow, the waste truck, sometimes I'm coming to work and I see the waste truck. We'll go around the whole estate. It's a very big estate. They'll go around and actually, make sure that every household, their waste has been, collected.
I mean, there are some arguments that disposing of waste has become very expensive and not everybody can afford to pay for their waste to be collected. I don't know how we are going to fix that, but it shouldn't be a problem too.
You see? Then there is a waste management directorate. In the assembly has a directorate that is in charge of that. All right? So when you do that, then you tax them to do the right thing. But this morning also, do you support the Greater Accra Directorate of the Ghana Education Service, the ban on graduation ceremonies, and prom nights and all these, celebrations as a way of instilling discipline and also reducing financial burden on
I
parents.
think the kids should be allowed to graduate in the way they want to. I mean, I don't see that to be a problem. It's
I have a problem with how they do the graduation sometimes.
Maybe how it is done, but I don't think we should totally scrap it.
Graduation and they say graduation fee, then the parents will pay. If you do graduation without graduation fees, no problem.
At least you have to pay something so that they can organize the event.
Why? So from kindergarten to class 1.
And these are memorable days, right? The kids look back and say, wow, this day I graduated. They take a picture. They are nicely dressed. Yeah.
They brought the pictures to who?
To their parents.
I went for my son's graduation from kindergarten.
I'm sure you're proud of him.
he told me that, Daddy, when they asked what is a noun, and I answered, I saw you smiling. Anyway, folks, let's get interactive this morning. Tell us what you make of all of these. On X, use the hashtag JoySMS. And on WhatsApp, 055-1111-997, which means we can bring you the trumpet, Darryl?
Well, this morning I'm thinking about GMET. I think that we haven't trumpeted them. I know people have their criticisms about the way they operate, but I think that in the last few weeks they have been proactive and they deserve celebration this morning. So shout out to everybody at GMET.
Okay,
for all the innovation, we are seeing it.
So to GMET, we say
trumpets. Hello, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, government expects early Eurobond payment to impact positively on Ghana's debt stock and credit ratings. Also, digital fraud and card disputes among issues topping complaints received by the Bank of Ghana for last year represented almost a 14% jump. Plus, majority of chief executives in Ghana upbeat about economy but raising concerns with technology risks. Details coming up. Hello everyone, thanks for joining us. Hello to our friends listening from Kofi Radio and KT Radio. Government has indicated that it expects the early payment of Eurobond debt to impact positively on Ghana's debt stock and credit ratings review. The Finance Ministry announced in a statement that it has moved to settle interest and principal of Eurobonds held by investors totaling $700 million. Technical advisor to the Finance Minister, Dr. Theo Echampong, says the government is also hoping this move would consolidate recent investor confidence in Ghana's economy.
For us, it's really call it 2 or 3 things. The fact that it is sending a clear positive signal to the market, the fact that this has been done without encumbering our reserves, and then this also has been done off the back of the strong macroeconomic recovery that we're seeing. The fact that you're paying would reflect positively in bringing down the stock of debt. But there's also a stock and flow, of course, adjustment that one needs to do or take into account. For us, what is very important at the end of the day is meeting the commitment that we have made under the PFM Amendment Act. So specifically, the 2 fiscal rules, maintaining a debt to GDP of below 45%, and then also maintaining a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP. These 2 fiscal anchors is really driving a lot of the numbers and then the adjustments that needs to be made. But for us, it's really call it...
You had a technical advisor to the Finance Minister, Dr. Theo Echampong. Now, economist Dr. Joseph Sarkodie has described the Bank of Ghana's dollar intervention measures as prudent and needed to manage recent pressures on the cedi. The central bank pumped a little over $2 billion to support the market in June this year. Now, Dr. Sarkodie tells Joy Business his major concern for now is sustainability of this monetary measure.
And control the excessive volatility. So it's okay. I think the currency has been okay. It's been performing well. We just hope that the central bank is always in a position to intervene because, the story of the central bank. If it's insolvent, if it's not in a position to intervene, then something bad will happen to our currency. So we just want to pray that the central bank will continue to build more risk from the gold and from other, international dealings, so that we can have more reserves for them to intervene. So so far so good. I think no one can complain about the currency right now, since it's still within manageable, volatility, not excessive.
You had economist Dr. Edo Susako there. Now, digital fraud and card disputes are some of the issues that top complaints received by the Bank of Ghana for last year from bank consumers. We have details in the following Business Desk report.
Other issues that came up strongly when it comes to complaints filed by customers of the various commercial banks and even the public included unauthorized loan applications, delays in processing customer instructions. The rest are difficulties in assessing matured investment, unauthorized debits, and loan-related issues. These complaints saw almost 14% increase compared to that of 2024. But the Bank of Ghana was quick to add that despite the numbers going up, it also moved quickly to address majority of these complaints it received. Data provided in its annual report showed that out of 845 complaints received last year, 681 were resolved, resulting in a resolution rate of 80.6%. For the Bank of Ghana, the data showed that it has over the years taken some drastic measures to deal with concerns brought to its attention from the public. It also believes that this data may go a long way to encourage more persons to quickly turn to the regulator when they have concerns about the banking and financial industry for some quick resolution.
Now, majority of chief executives and business leads in the country are upbeat about Ghana's economy going forward. Now, the views were captured in the PricewaterhouseCoopers Global CEO Survey. Despite the optimism, these business leads are still worried about the impact of external shocks on the Ghanaian economy and commodity price volatilities. Others also highlighted technology risks as a major concern for them. Now, industries are asking for some drastic measures to be taken to help reduce the cost of doing business. It follows the latest inflation rate spike in June to 5.3%, driven by non-food factors, said Chuma Kwaba, Chief Executive of the Association of Ghana Industries.
So obviously, fuel prices and cost of utilities are major drivers in this particular quarter. And it's not a surprise, because when you look at the AGI Business Barometer report, the first two quarters, cost of electricity has been cited as the major challenge or number one challenge of industries in Ghana. And the bulk customers, the companies that had bulk customer status with the ECG, suddenly their status have changed. And their electricity tariffs have been increased by about 48% beginning this year. So it's impacting on their cost of production, impacting on their market prices, and therefore the inflation levels. So that is not a surprise.
You heard Chuma Kwaba, Chief Executive of the Association of Ghana Industries. The National Insurance Commission is urging insurance companies to adapt to the changing needs of customers as technology and emerging risks continue to reshape the industry. Speaking at the 2026 Chartered Insurance Institute of Ghana induction program, Insurance Commissioner Dr. Abib Zakaria said the future of insurance will depend on how well industry players innovate and deliver customer-centered solutions.
Now we are wearing a new hat. We are evolving. We are also evolving because the customer's requirement is fast changing. So we need to change so that we can meet the needs and the demands of the customer. So we are moving more from just selling because we are told to sell, pricing by looking at what the other person charged last year and reducing it, to becoming real professionals who assess the risk and offer solutions. We are adapting to change because the regulator requires that you change.
We had Dr. Abiba Zakaria, Commissioner of Insurance. Now, state-owned PSC Tema Shipyard and Dry Dock is expected to resume full operations on Wednesday after a temporary suspension caused by last Monday's flood. Now, correspondent Kwame Yanka has more.
following an assessment tour. Board Chair of PSC Tema Shipyard, Dr. George Sipayanki, commended management and staff for the cause of the flooding has been identified. The board has approved immediate measures, including water barrier and improved drainage.
And I want to take this opportunity to inform our stakeholders, especially the ship owners and the agents, that you shall be back to business Wednesday and that they shouldn't have any fee at all.
Meanwhile, Chief Executive Officer of PSC Tema Shipyard, Alhaji Osman Suleimana, says lessons have been learned and permanent measures are being implemented to prevent a recurrence.
Lessons have been learned, and we look at some of them are engineering related, and we're taking pragmatic action to see what will be done in order to prevent the flow of water.
PSC Tema Shipyard has revealed that the flooding of its pump house disrupted operations only at Dock 1, while Dock 2 has remained operational and continues to service vessels.
And that was Kwame Anka with that report. Before we go, let's look at the markets for you this morning. On the commodity market, crude oil selling at $72.66 a barrel. Good went down marginally, trading at $4,122 an ounce. Cocoa, on the other hand, going for $5,694 a ton after going up by more than $600, the biggest jump in a day. Also, on the currency market, the dollar this morning selling at 11 cedis 50 pesos. That's what major commercial banks are offering their clients. The euro 13 cedis 10 pesos, the British pound 15 cedis 21 pesos, the Forex Bureau is quoting the dollar 12 cedis 35 pesos. More news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for listening. The Super Morning Show continues with Winston and the team.
Thank you very much, Darryl. Darryl, you know Last Mead, right?
Sorry?
You know the artist Last Mead?
Last Mead?
Yes.
I probably may have heard of his name. I'm so... Forgive me.
Oh, Pastor Darryl. So over the weekend, I started listening to his latest single, Biggest Nathaniel.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And that's how I realized his name is Last Mead Nathaniel Owusu.
Okay.
Yes.
No, not a name I'm familiar with.
You're not in the world. On Friday there was this whole conversation about gospel and Christian songs. Oh, how I wish you were around.
I think I overheard you guys talk about it.
Yes.
We are not delving into that right now.
No, we're not. We're not. At all, like we say. Anyway,
Last Mead?
No, it's not Last Mead.
Okay.
This one is one by Daughters of Glorious Jesus.
Okay.
It's the Afro version.
Okay.
Featuring M Praise. Okay.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, that's nice, yeah? Let's listen.
I'd love to listen to it.
Let's go.
Yeah,
so this is Daughters of Glorious Jesus with Yedia Dear, the Afro version. Not a bad one, if you ask me.
Yeah. I mean,
good morning, George.
Good morning, Mr. Amoah. And God is taking, you know why I stressed on it. Yeah, God is still taking good care of his children.
As expected.
Always. Always.
Okay. Yes, you're making a point about this song.
Yeah, I think it's and that is the vintage Daughters of Glorious Jesus. I mean, if you had chance to witness their live performance, and you see they're still growing strong and refreshing each and every day.
I've seen them perform live on some occasions, and I'm always excited to watch them perform. What I think they should do more is to have more of these performances. So they should have more shows, more programs.
So I've not been to a show. That's in a well-organized show before, but apparently recently they were in London to do a promotion of a tour in London, and they happened to be at an event that I was there, and it was something else.
I think when I was at Sky Power FM in Takrade, as part of the 15th anniversary, now that was in 2012. They were there to perform. There was Coda, there was Daughters of Glorious Jesus, and their performance is always great to watch them perform.
Splendid.
But I think they should have their own program, and then perform. Not maybe annually. That's okay, because the truth is that in our part of the world, during their time, they were selling cassettes and CDs. These even the streaming platform, you don't get much money from those platforms. But I was asking Darren whether he knew Lasmid, because he's dropped his latest Biggest Nathaniel.
I see.
That's a nice song. It's a bit like Kwade Sophie Nipa, and I felt that they should have put Kwade on that song. I don't know whether he put him on it, but from what I've listened so far. But our fuel tip for today says only trained personnel, attendants, should operate pumps, valves, extinguishers, or LPG equipment. Familiarity is not the same as competence, and guesswork can be dangerous. Use trained hands for critical tasks. COMAC stands for Operational Discipline, and this is brought to us by the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, COMAC, which means we can learn how to say it right. It's brought to us by Kingdom Books at Kingdom Quality and Affordability are their hallmarks, and Societe Generale Bank Ghana. The future is you. And George, today we're doing a revision, okay? So the word is S-A-Y-S. S-A-Y-S. Says.
Not says.
Not says, yes.
He says, not he sees.
No. The pronunciation is when you're doing first person singular is say. But the moment you get into third person singular, it becomes says. Says. Okay?
So Kwamina says, right?
Kwamina says.
Yeah. Today is Friday.
Great. Of course, there is no Friday.
Oh, okay. Just was it on GBC? Was it Christak? No. Everyday English. There was a program on GBC called Everyday English. Yeah.
So I felt we should, relearn this, because I still hear people saying, "Oh, he says." No, it cannot be. He says.
Corrupting the English language.
He says. Okay, and that's how you say it right. But let me tell you about Kingdom Books, because if you're looking to upgrade your workspace or restock your essentials, then Kingdom Books has something special for you. Now they've introduced the Kingdom Books Yard Sales, and with the Kingdom Books Yard Sales, you get up to 70% discount of top quality products. So bring your family, tell a friend, and don't miss out on these amazing offers at Kingdom Books Yard Sales. Venue is the Kingdom Books office at Osu from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. For inquiries, call 0501 401 050 or 0244 311 955. Okay, so just go there and make sure you get to benefit from the Kingdom Books Yard Sales. But from growing businesses to completing that building project and supporting education or family, many Ghanaians are already doing mega things with the mega loans from SG Ghana. is now your turn. With even lower, more competitive rates, achieving your dream is now possible. With SG Ghana's Mega Loans promo, salaried workers of SG Ghana listed companies, pensioners, and eligible customers can access support for personal needs, family commitments, home projects, and more. There's still time from now to end of July 2026. Apply and enjoy big loans at small rates, yes, very low rates, and a fast, hassle-free process that helps you to get moving sooner. Visit any SG Ghana branch near you or call 0302-214-314 for more details about the SG Ghana Mega Loans promo today. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you. Okay, so let's get into the newspaper now. The newspaper review brought to us by Syntex Tanker, you're stronger, you're tough. Kel Chaco Toothpaste, Happy Smile, and Star Oil, quality and affordable fuel for all.
Let's start with the Daily Guide and the lead story. The FNASCO balls sweats in BNI custody, denying access to lawyers. And Nanama Bonsu, outdoored as the new Asantehima. Kojo Safo confirmed as Christo as SAF leader in Well. Interesting there. And JHS student slashes with machete for fondling senior's breast. Untumi plea bargain talks extended to July 2027.
Well, the daily graphic for this morning says special needs education now free. Government allocates 100 million for implementation. Ghana can't solve climate crisis without waste infrastructure financing. That's according to the minister. And MTN Business Partners graphic to deliver trusted business intelligence. Back page says Quiroz set for contract extension after brief World Cup stint.
I think there was an interview on Newsnight, where we spoke to the sports minister, and he claimed that as far as he's concerned, he has not received any letter from the GFA indicating that the coach has actually resigned. But for him, he thinks that for the majority of Ghanaians during the tournament, they thought the coach has done well in this short time, and possibly it's something that we might not wish away in terms of looking at the possibility of giving him something to manage during these times.
Now, a key player, one man who knows Ghana's football, sent me this message. I don't have his permission, so I can't mention his name. It says, but do you resign from a contract by a social media post?
Yeah.
If he intends to resign, he will send a proper resignation letter. I doubt if he has resigned, and my checks at higher levels confirmed that he has not resigned. In fact, the desire of Ghana is that we keep him. The interpretation put on his post only underscores, or let me say, buttresses the very complaint he raised in his third paragraph. You can't continue creating toxic environment and expect your team to succeed. There's a whole world of difference between genuine constructive criticism of leadership and agenda setting based on hatred of leadership. Unfortunately, the emotional nature of football in particular leads more to the latter than the former. The leaders in football, unfortunately, also add credence to the latter at times because they inexplicably fail in offering time-out response to clarify the air. This delay in responding and clarifying issues is seen more in football management in developing countries. Maybe they forget that in this current world, you can't hide much information flow on issues as a leader in a game like football. Within 24 hours, the Ghana Football Association should have issued a statement on this issue. That is a responsibility, not a privilege right they owe to all Ghanaians.
I think that he was hired to do a job. He did his best within the limited circumstances, and I think that we should just allow him to go. I think that let's look for another coach and more of a long-term contract. I wish he'd go for Harvey Reina, to lead us. I think that Carlos has done his best as a coach. We should allow him to go.
Well, I think we should allow him to, rest. He's not the future of football. Anyway, let's get into the insights.
So the insight, another lead story in the Mahama announces a 2-day national cleanup in flood-hit regions. Interesting one. There also about some 49 million NSB probe. EOCO investigator rejects claims of bias by defendant. And honorable now Kojo controversy. NDC leadership women's wing and parliament must speak out. Now, these are some of the lead stories in the insight.
Now, the overseer for this morning says government declares 2-day national cleaning in flood-hit regions. Government clears $700 million Eurobond debt, boost investor confidence. Guzi Tano and the weight of the NDC chairmanship. Okay. And Railway Authority defends procurement of refurbished locomotives. there's an article here, Concern for National Development Initiatives and Their Lasting Impact by Maxwell Ansah. And African youth urged to champion peace, justice, and accountable governance, which means we can go online. The online news review brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest. And on myjoyonline.com this morning, $65 million flood protection cash was diverted to COVID-19 under Akufo-Addo Finance Ministry. Kofi Adams rejects claims of external interference in Black Stars player selections, while some Ghana and other African nations are turning down Trump aid money. And KMA Saman arrest 13 over poor sanitary practices in their homes. And finally, trust is a currency. BOG warns fraud could derail Ghana's push towards a cashlight economy. Now on citynewsroom.com this morning, let's check stories. Eurobond repayment should be matched by support for MMDA's Professor Peter Quartey. And Black Stars World Cup as it forces jersey traders to slash prices. Who go buy now? Stop using unapproved lending materials. NACA warns publishers. Ghana National Fire Service recovers body of man from flooded drain in Bando Gabi. And police arrest convicted fraudster while attempting to flee Ghana. And residents raise health concerns over Adekopa Sonitra landfill site. And court sets July 10 for habeas corpus hearing in former Bufferstock CEO case. That's an Kojo Safo Akofena confirmed as successor to the Kantanka Empire after will reading. Okay, let's get into the details.
And I just want to look at some details on that particular story. It says that the High Court in Accra has confirmed Kojo Safo Akofena, son of the late Apostle Kojo Safo Kantanka, as the leader of the Christo Safo Church, following the reading of his late father's will yesterday. Multiple reports suggest that Akofena had confirmed as the successor of the Kantanka Empire, dealing a big blow to her elder sister and former member of parliament for Dobi Nomi Kwabenya, that is Sarah Adwoa Safo. I think it's very interesting,
Well, it is. First of all, the general expectation was that the family would handle this as a family matter. But of course, also because of the position of the late Apostle Kojo Safo, you would expect this to happen. You want to ask yourself the question, as leader of Christo Safo, is he leader as in CEO of the church, or his leader as in an apostle of the church? It's also important to find out, for instance, and I'm sure these are questions that will be asked and would, because of these whole dispute, at what point? Now, this particular will and the constitution of the church that we're told has been renewed, which came first? Okay, so if they always talk about the 2024 constitution. Was this will written before 2024? If it was written before 2024, what does it do to the 2024 constitution, if any? But whatever it is, George Rafi, as families, we must learn to keep things to ourselves.
And don't forget what Adwoa Safo also said, that she was trying to enforce the will of the father when it comes
the will is if the will has been read and the will says that the guy should lead,
and that is the will.
You see, she almost lost her life for nothing.
Let's look at another story now. And it says that President John Mahama has declared Friday, July 10 and Saturday 11 as a national general cleaning days across 7 regions affected by the devastating June 29 floods, which claimed about 13 lives and destroyed more than 7,000 households as part of efforts to improve sanitation and reduce the risk of future flooding. The 2-day exercise organized under the theme of the post-flood mitigation committee will be held under the theme that is actions are future cleaning Ghana after the floods. And I think that this is very interesting. I mean, the whole idea about trying to have a day for us to clean is good, but there are sustainability issues, serious concerns with our local governance system and where we are today. The MCs, the district executives, the assemblymen, what are they supposed to do? The MPs are supposed to pass laws. And when I watched the briefing by the committee the other time, I was worried, Winston, that we are supposed to enforce the laws. There were instances where a place that was supposed to be a lagoon, people have filled it with rubbish or everything and then pushed the lagoon away and built there. There are places that they are not supposed to be built there, and we've allowed this to happen. These assemblies say, oh, we don't have money. But they have IGF. Places like Winston, Ayawa, so West Wogon, East Legon. And forcing
George,
even property rates alone would be enough.
Look, let me tell you something. Waste management.
Yeah.
In other jurisdictions, you pay council tax, right? You pay council tax.
Yeah.
Here we don't. Yeah. The property tax we
Going
don't
back
pay.
to UK.
Yeah, the property tax we don't pay. We don't pay. Many of us don't pay property tax.
But I'm saying that
so
if you raise the concern about you don't have funding and you're waiting for central government to bring you money before you work.
So you see, we have been talking about the polluter pays for God knows how long. For the past 20 years, we've been always, the polluter must pay, the polluter must pay. The point is that when you zone areas and assign different waste management companies, their responsibility would be to collect money from the people whom they collect the waste from. Okay? So you pay for waste collection. Why do you think that when someone is coming to collect your waste, you don't have to pay the person? So I've always made the point where I am, in the estate where I live, I have to pay as part of the service charge monthly. It takes care of sanitation, it takes care of water, and it takes care of security. Okay, so every month an amount is paid, and every week the waste management company tasked to collect the waste would come and collect the waste. The assemblies must learn, and they've been years ago they did the zoning, and assigned different waste management companies. Those companies must go ahead and collect the monies from the people. In fact, I say, if government is so minded, if after the assemblies would zone the district or the municipality, any company that is asked to collect waste in a particular area should also be in charge of cleaning the main roads in that area. So as part of the work you've been given, so that today we don't have the situation where the government will take money and say, YEA, we are going to sponsor, we are going to employ people to go and clean. I know that's job creation, but hey, you can definitely get whichever waste money.
There's another portion of the story that I want to read. It said, as part of the exercise, President John Mahama has directed all government appointees, including the ministers of states, members of parliament, chief executives of state institutions, metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, and heads of public institutions to leave their offices and personally lead the cleanup activities in their respective communities. But whatever it is, I think the heads must roll on this whole thing. That those local assemblies that gave the permit for these structures to be put up in these areas. Listen, I was watching something on social media that one lady was saying that apparently behind the trade fair supposed to be a collection area, water to the sea. They call it trade fair, sir. Which local authority and assembly gave their permit for these structures to be put there? Come to East Legon. There are places where there's a place behind the Mensa Street that was supposed to be another collection area in terms of water. Now there are structures being put up there. Go to that called the Tessa Lagoon or whatever they call it, Tessa. That small lagoon there. And the structures that have actually moved into that area. There were assemblies, there were land commission people that allowed people to build there. There's supposed to be a big estate in East Legon that is also built in a waterway area, even around the upper residential as well. And we stand up and we complain, oh, and they've built into this place and they're built to this place. Let's move and deal with those local authorities that allowed this to happen. It's becoming too much. Complaining is not enough.
So, special needs education now free. We're told that government allocates 100 million for implementation. So, special needs education for persons with disability in the country is now free. The Minister of Education, Haruna Idris, was announced, and the initiative forms part of government's journey towards the provision of exclusive, quality, and equitable education in the country. Also here, on page 3, says Ghana can't solve climate crisis without waste infrastructure financing. And the Minister of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Ahmed Ibrahim, has warned that the country's climate resilience efforts will fail without urgent and sustained financing for waste and sanitation infrastructure. He explained that the nation's recurring flooding and waste management challenges demonstrated that climate change was no longer theoretical, but an urgent governance and financing crisis requiring immediate action. Also on page 3, CSOs call for suspension of firearm license revocation directive, and a coalition of civil society organizations has urged the government to suspend the blanket implementation of the recent directive revoking civilian firearm licenses and replace it with a phased, well-coordinated revalidation process backed by clear legal and administrative guidelines. The coalition, made up of the Jatike Center for Human Security and Peace Building, the Citizens Network for Peace, Security in Africa, and the Journalist Network for Peace and Security, said while it supported stronger firearms regulation, the current implementation approach risked creating confusion, undermining public trust, and overwhelming state institutions. Okay, not a bad call, but I guess we need to, bring in the back page that Quirosh set for contract extension after brief World Cup stint, and says highly placed story by Maurice Kwanzaa says highly placed sources indicate that the government is considering extending the contract of Black Stars head coach Carlos Quirosh following his relatively impressive performance with the Black Stars at the ongoing FIFA World Cup. Though the Black Stars were eliminated in the round of 32 after suffering a narrow 0-1 defeat to Colombia last Saturday, government officials and the football chiefs seem to have been impressed with Quirosh's output despite taking over the team at short notice. Notwithstanding the anticlimax of Ghana's Faith World Cup campaign in Kansas City, the team's improved performance under Quirosh in less than 2 months is said to be the main reason for the extension of the current 4-month contract, which runs out next month.
Winston, let me do a quick one from one listener from Doris Zonunu, who says that she's actually been able to produce a notice from one of the dailies that says that public notice, application for change of use of site from mangrove protected coastal and water that is zoned to a mixed use, and it's talking about how places like wetlands at Chado was converted into a mixed use some 6 years ago. She says you should understand why Chado, one of the badly flooded areas in recent times, those who did these things should be dealt with. They should be dealt with from the local assemblies to the top land commission. When you do these things, this is what happens. Areas are supposed to be reserved for wetlands, and it cuts across. Come to East Legon, it is happening there. Then we come and sit there and complain day of cleaning and all those things. Deal with these officials who went ahead to change an area that's supposed to be a reserve wetland to a residential area, charging millions of Ghana cedis and dollars.
I get you, George, and you see,
it's frustrating. People have lost their lives due to no fault of theirs, because those who are supposed to act at the local level have failed to act. And you are selling this land, the Lands Commission. Look at the notice. Apparently there was a notice that was supposed to change an area from a wetland, a collection area, to a residential area. Today they are selling that place millions of dollars, and people are building there. There are people who are even building as we speak right now, and you come and complain that your place has been flooded. Sometimes you don't want to pity some of these people.
Look, we do a lot of things wrongly in this country and expect different results. I cannot in God's name understand. But listen, it will always find its cause. So if you build a wall and you are preventing that, it will break down your wall. It's simple. So let's do the right thing. Let's just do the right thing, okay? We need to, go for the BBC News this morning, and the BBC News brought to us by Fidelity Bank, Believe with Us, and Glyco, we cushion you for life, as well as Oba Spaghetti is made for you. So call your people, call your crew, come chop, everybody come chop Oba, a no-go stop. Oba, come chop, everybody come chop. Okay, can we go for the BBC News now? Okay, let's see if we can have it. Okay, time now for the BBC News.
What do a hairdresser, a travel agent, and a mum have in common? They're all ordinary people who are trying to make a positive difference in our world.
Sometimes it's the people that are in the weeds of the problem and living it every day that actually have the best solutions. And I think that, to be honest, I'm a prime example of that.
I'm Myra Anubi, and this week on People Fixing the World from the BBC World Service, we're in the great city of Liverpool, hearing about a project that's empowering everyday people to develop solutions that can bring positive change in their communities.
Did you ever think in your lifetime that you'd be able to do something so special actually to help your community?
No, I didn't think about it, but now I'm doing it.
Get ready as I take you around the city to meet the so-called hidden entrepreneurs on People Fixing the World right after the BBC News.
BBC News with Emily Thomas. Leaders of the Transatlantic Alliance are gathering in Turkey for a summit. Ahead of the meeting, President Zelensky has warned Ukraine is running out of missile interceptors as Russia steps up its ballistic missile bombings. But as Sarah Rainsford reports from Kiev, he'll also have another message for NATO.
That Ukraine, as far as he's concerned, has begun to turn the tide in this war. It feels like it is on the front foot because of Ukrainian drone strikes against oil refineries, in particular, deep inside Russia. And I think Mr. Zelensky wants people to see that the escalation of strikes by Russia are its response to what Ukraine is doing now inside Russia itself, and it wants Ukraine's allies to support it at a moment when it is particularly critical to do so, because Ukraine feels it does have an advantage now. It can press home in terms of its drone technology, and it wants to use that to force President Putin into peace talks. Right now, though, he's choosing to escalate.
Belgium have comprehensively beaten the USA in a World Cup encounter that became controversial after a FIFA decision to suspend a one-match ban on the American star Folarin Balogun. The move followed a personal intervention from President Trump. Here's Patrick Geary.
There had been so much talk about Folarin Balogun before the USA's round of 16 match against Belgium, but in the game itself he was hardly mentioned. Balogun had been cleared to play after a FIFA panel controversially suspended his ban for getting a red card in his last match. President Trump had personally rung the head of the governing body and asked for it to be reviewed. But Balogun couldn't affect the game, which was dominated by a fired-up Belgian side whose coach had expressed his amazement that the USA forward was being allowed to play. They ran out 4-1 winners and will face Spain in the quarter-finals.
The leader of France's far right, Marine Le Pen, will find out today whether she can lead the anti-immigration National Rally Party into next year's presidential election. A Paris appeal court will rule whether to uphold her 5-year ban from public office and a 4-year jail sentence for embezzling European funds. If it does so, the party leader, Jordan Bardella, will run. Hugh Schofield is in Paris.
Of course, there are all sorts of questions which open up if Bardella is the candidate. He is, above all, so young. You know, he's a boyish figure almost, of 30 years old, who's never done anything outside of being a party apparatchik, and he's certainly done very well. He's led the party to 2 victories in European elections, but he's never really been tested. And though he impresses, and people across the country and opposition parties say he will be a formidable opponent in the elections, I think there have to be questions about his lack of experience and whether ultimately the French people would be willing to put such a young and untried figure in the position of head of state.
World News from the BBC. President Xi Jinping has called for urgent, all-out rescue operations after extreme weather in several parts of China left at least 15 people dead and thousands displaced. In the central Hubei province, severe storms have swept through several cities and districts, killing several people. Meanwhile, heavy rains and flooding from Typhoon Maisak caused fatalities in the southern region of Guangxi. A BBC investigation has found evidence that Russia is holding thousands of Ukrainian civilians in detention centres where some are being subjected to torture and sexual violence. An estimated 16,000 Ukrainian civilians have been detained or disappeared since 2014. One woman who was released in a prisoner swap told the BBC she'd been sexually assaulted and forced to eat raw food mixed with soil and garbage. New research indicates that women's wombs age significantly by the age of 49, affecting fertility even when using young donor eggs for IVF treatment. The findings in more than 1,700 women suggest the womb lining becomes less receptive with age. Here's our health reporter, Michelle Roberts.
The latest findings challenge the idea that eggs from a young donor can fully reset a woman's reproductive clock, but the scientists say they shouldn't put older couples off using fertility treatment. In the study, women aged 49 and over had double the risk of miscarriage than those aged 35 to 40 and were also less likely to get pregnant through IVF with donor eggs. Researchers believe age-related changes in the womb lining may be the cause, but could be treatable.
The Wimbledon tennis quarter-finals get underway today, with several big names in action. An all-American clash between Coco Gauff and Jessica Pegula will open proceedings on centre court before Novak Djokovic takes on Felix Auger-Aliassime. World News from the BBC.
Hey, Andrea, challenge these days, new level crowd. Where did you pass?
Me, pass somewhere. I just switched for a better life. Hey. I switched for comfort. Look, your salary deserves better.
Switch?
Yeah.
How do you mean?
I switched my salary account to Fidelity Bank. Oh, okay. And that's my jackpot. I get higher loan amounts with lower interest rates, as well as personalized financial support. They gave me a loan to expand my side hustle, and the terms are just flexible.
Wow.
Your salary deserves better.
Oh, my salary deserves better. You see the way you are smiling wide? Yes, I will switch and smile wider. Your salary deserves better. Switch to Fidelity Bank today and enjoy lower interest rate, car and home loan, personalized financial support, and a smile that lasts. Switch and smile wider. Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
If I believe with us, Fidelity. If I know I dey your side, Fidelity.
Araba Soft Life. Yes, my darling. The soft life is me, queen of soft life. Araba be that. Are you going to the Kumasi station dressed like that? Hey, station?
It's been a week since that devastating floods that swept through parts of Accra and left many people homeless. A week on, many are still counting their losses, and government is still mobilizing support to try and bring relief to them. But in the wake of all that, hard questions are being asked about the solution. One of the central pillars of that is GARIC, the Greater Accra Resilient Integrated Program that, in fact, the World Bank made a loan available to us to help us address all matters dealing with the floods. $350 million worth from the World Bank financing that was meant to help us deal and to make us resilient in the face of the flooding that has been affecting homes for years. But the key questions are beginning to emerge about how this funds was spent and the fiscal measures that have been introduced by this current government to deal with the way it was spent in the past, presumably. And tonight we'll go to that, and then we'll get my guests to weigh in. So what really is GARIC? It was to do a few things: reduce flood risk in the Odo River Basin, and that area we know has been a perennial problem, but also to strengthen waste collection and disposal. Why is that important? Because we know that it's a waste that blocks the drains and makes it impossible for the floodwaters to have free-flowing path into the sea. Then also to reduce indiscriminate dumping of and blocking of drains, which is an important part of dealing with this, and improve sanitation across the areas in question, implementing and across the 17 MDAs in the Greater Accra region. So it was very focused, and it had very prescribed terms and what the monies were supposed to be used for. Now, we'll come to why this is important. But then the World Bank did an assessment recently, which really opened up this conversation and rated it moderately unsatisfactory. Why? Because the World Bank said, in essence, that the fiscal controls that have been put in place were slowing down the divestment. But if you look at it, there's a total of $350 million that was made available through this loan facility from the World Bank. So far, the disbursement up until April 2026 is $137 million. That's 40% of the amount. And we're talking about some undisbursed of $213 million. And we'll get the latest figures from the Finance Ministry when we sit down for a conversation. But this is according to the World Bank itself in its report that we've recently seen. And this is basically the conclusion why the delay, which fundamentally was down to the fiscal measures that has been introduced. Now, the key question that we will try and answer tonight is why these fiscal measures became important, because that has been where the disagreements have been. And so you will see on the back of this, you see, for example, the Nkrumah, who used to be the Works and Housing Minister, make a point about the fiscal measures, that, yeah, people are dying. You do not want to prioritize fiscal discipline, if you like, over preventing the loss of life. So he's made the point. So it became politicized in the face of the World Bank's assessment of the execution of this particular project under the GARIC initiative with 350 billion. You have the minority leader also making a point of this. So what really was happening, according to the BOG, the bank of the World Bank, there was a ceiling that was placed on the project disbursement, and then there was a 13.8 million temporarily swept from the project account. We'll get some clarity on this when we sit down. The delayed contractors' payments, and then the slow execution of civil works. Now, the important thing to note from what we're now learning, we've seen what this did was to force a bit more transparency around the questions around the fiscal controls. So the details now beginning to emerge tell a slightly different story, which is why really was there the strict measures put in place now under this current government to deal with these challenges. Now, what we find in the documentation, which will be publishing, the research desk will publish, is, and these were the issues that apparently then convinces this current government to slow down, but also make sure you put in place stricter measures to check the misapplication of the funds, because I've told you what the funds were meant for. So you see here, for example, in some of the line items that were disbursed in 2020, 500,000 cedis for management of training at Aqua Safari. And the question was, okay, fundamentally, the money was for flood prevention and resilience. So was this justified, for example, is the question that was asked. Then you have, again, another 500,000 thereabout on end-of-year retreat. What was that for? And was that to deliver on the core mandate of GARIC? That was in 2022. Then you have 2023, you have this 11,000 on meetings and fuel for trip for project directors. So you have November 2023, you have 100,000 fuel coupons for Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources. You also have, almost 50,000 for salt cutting ceremony, 16,000, 23,000. For some very interesting things that the questions are now being asked about. And I understand that the Parliament itself is going to be looking into this. The Deputy Minister was supposed to appear before the joint committees responded for this, so that we could get some further clarity. But the documentation around the expenditure is now beginning to emerge, giving us clarity over the disbursements over the period that is the justification for the fiscal controls that have been put in place. And a lot of this raises fundamental questions about misapplication for issues for things like COVID and other expenditure that didn't go directly to alleviating or mitigating flooding, right? We'll ask those questions and get some answers when we sit down for a conversation. And if you go back to the World Bank report, it talks about the annual breakdown of the total GARIC payments that we've seen over time. And you look at 2019, for example, there was just 540,000 that was disbursed from there, but it climbed steadily, reaching a peak of 160 million in 2025, right? And if you look at 2023, you have a 98 million. You look at 2024, you have 113 million. And I get a sense, and I remember this very clearly, the previous minister under the Akufo-Addo regime had told us then that he was also expecting some money to come in so they can do a few things in terms of dredging the Odo, and that had delayed at the time too. But if you look at over the period, significant amounts have been disbursed. Even in 2025, in spite of the World Bank's flagging of the delays, significant amounts of 160 million has still gone out, according to the World Bank itself, and then 130 million now also in 2026. So we'll get the latest figures, but this is according to the World Bank itself in its report that has been released. Then you look at the breakdown of the GARIC payments and the focus on the civil works alone, right? There's a lot there in the Excel sheet that details what that money was spent on. The civil works over time has also climbed steadily, reaching 34 million cedis in 2024, but had gone up all the way to 103 million, according to the World Bank itself, in 2026. And then we are talking about some 98 million in 2025. So you look at the amounts of money that have gone into civil works. These are monies that the breakdown of the GARI payments that had already gone out. And then you look also at the breakdown of the finance ministry's GARI payments, which part of the nitty-gritties, the granular details I mentioned earlier, some of the questions that then prompted the tightening of the fiscal controls. But if you look at it more broadly, between 2019 and 2026, you have civil works of 250 million cedis gone out already, and you have goods and service, goods, equipment, and vehicles, 132. And then the questions that we always ask in these matters is that we're spending a lot of money on vehicles, possibly, that doesn't go directly to dealing with the problem. But of course, equipment you need. What about the goods? Consultancy services. Red flags will always emerge when you're dealing with consultancy services. You need to pry that open and look at, are there questions there of propriety in the expenditure of 91 million cedis during that period? And then compensation, settlement, training, workshop, and meetings. And for me, that is a fascinating, jaw-dropping one. Training, workshops, and meetings. Between 2019 and 2026, we spent 34 million cedis on training, workshops, and meetings. You need to break this down and ask the hard questions whether we're spending that money right. And my guess, Wayne, whether or not there's a justification for this tightening of the fiscal controls by this current administration on the back of these questions. That is obvious, you must ask on the face of it. If you're spending 34 million on training workshops, you must ask yourself whether you're spending it right and whether you shouldn't tighten it a bit more to ensure that the money goes directly to what it was originally intended for. And then you look also, again, still on the World Bank report telling us a bit, 2026 GARI funding gap there of $23.3 million. And you must ask the question, why is there a gap? Because the money's already been released. Why are we not sending all 23.3 million out for it to be used to mitigate flooding, right? So then you have the approvals, the civil works contract that we know is awaiting approval of 78.8. So yes, you've disbursed quite a huge number, but there is still a lot more that needs to go. Right, that needs to go. The question is, do you simply, because it's meant to go, 79.8 million, do you simply release the funds, or do you ensure that you're releasing the funds for the actual intended purpose? Is a question. You need to find a fair balance between that and speed, because you need to do it quickly to avert what has happened. And my guess will weigh in when we sit down for a conversation. So again, a government corrective measures that is in the report, by the way. So we've seen that 10.5 million withdrawal process has been processed now as of February 2026. So the correcting the delays after the measures have been put in place to ensure that the monies go. And we've seen that some of disbursements are already going according to the World Bank itself. So we'll sit down for a conversation and ask a few key questions. So GARI funding is available. There is a question between finding that good balance between prudence and speed of disbursement to tackle the problem, right? How do you square that circle? And then you look also at the history of the disbursements and whether it's time for us to look more critically at what the funding has been used for over the period. I recall last week.
And this morning, our conversation first is on the Greater Accra Regional Directorate of the Ghana Education Service, because they've issued a statement, and in that statement, they talk about how they have now decided that lots of things that we do in our schools must stop. All these graduation ceremonies, prom nights, and others must stop. And according to the statement, now let me read the statement verbatim, okay, so we can all understand and appreciate what GES is talking about. So, immediate suspension of planned graduation ceremonies. The attention of the Regional Education Directorate has been drawn on planned graduation ceremonies being organized by management of some schools within the Greater Accra region. You are hereby reminded that the Ministry of Education has placed a total ban on graduation ceremonies, prom nights, leaver celebrations, and related activities involving pupils and students of pre-tertiary educational institutions, both public and private. This policy is intended to promote discipline, equity, child protection, while preventing undue financial burden on parents and guardians. In view of the foregoing, you are hereby directed to immediately suspend and discontinue all preparations and activities related to the aforementioned events. Consequently, no proprietor or representative, teacher, parent association, school management committee, or any other stakeholder shall organize, sponsor, facilitate, or permit the organization of such activities under the auspices of the school until further notice. You are further directed to immediately communicate the suspension of such activities to parents, pupils, students, staff, and all stakeholders. Remove and withdraw all publicity materials posted and announcements related to such activities, and report to the regional director confirming compliance with this directive by Wednesday, 8th July 2026. Please note that failure to comply with this directive shall attract the appropriate administrative sanctions in accordance with GES regulations. Okay, so graduation ceremonies, prom nights, leaver celebrations, and related activities. I am interested in the related activities, okay? Because we've had a lot of you, owners of schools, reaching out to us and asking for, and saying this could actually impact how you run your school, even how you motivate students and teachers. So do the related activities include, say, speech and prize giving day? If they do, then I have a problem because that's a way of motivating students and teachers. But as for graduation ceremonies, really, when you're leaving kindergarten to class 1, then you go and graduate, then the parents are made to pay some money. It's good. The children may love it, but I can understand where this is coming from. Okay, but how do we solve this? Let's get interactive here on the Super Morning Show. Join us on X, use the hashtag JoySMS, then on WhatsApp 055-1111-997, 055-1111-997. Fridays and Saturday declared National Cleaning Days, and so the expectation is that all of us, okay, we're going to be helping to clean our environment, to clean our surroundings. So all government appointees, government officials will be joining, same, to make sure that happens. But beyond Friday and Saturday, what happens? Is this not another ad hoc way of dealing with a problem that has been facing us since the 1960s? Republican Ghana, the year for the past 70 years, we've been faced with flooding in Accra. More than 70 years we've been dealing with this problem. The president said he expected MMCEs to deal with it. What has happened to that? Jojo, bring me that sound from President Mahama again on the MMCEs. Let's share it again. What has happened to that? Because the president told us that MMCEs must ensure that sanitation, okay, is their priority in all assemblies. And as a way of assessing their performances, sanitation is key. What has happened to that? This morning, even as we get into it, we'll be reviewing the post-flood recovery and mitigation plan by the government here on the Super Morning Show. Join us on X, use the hashtag JoySMS, and on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. As always, we do this show with you. But life moves fast, so your insurance should too. With the Glyco Life app, managing your life policy is now as easy as checking your socials, track your policy, pay premium, submit claims, and download documents all on your phone, anytime and anywhere. No queues, no paperwork, okay? No stress, just tap, scroll, and you're sorted. Download the Glyco Life app now on the Play Store or App Store. Glyco, we cushion you for life. And in case you need a phone, mobile phone accessories, and all electronic gadgets, well, you can get all of these at Franco Trading Enterprise. And the good thing is that they're offering up to 40% discount on all their digital platforms. So call the official numbers now on 0246 422338 or 0555939311 and then 0302 225651. Okay, so whether you need Nokia phones, Samsung, iPhones, smart TVs ranging from 32 inches to 100 inches, Franco air conditioners ranging from 1.5 HP to 2.5 HP, chest freezers, refrigerators, washing machine, microwave blenders, generator, gas and electric stove, CCTV camera, Franco Trading has all. You can check their website, francotrading.com. Franco Trading, steel, phone, papa, fee. So give your business the competitive edge it deserves at the Dawa Industrial Zone, a world-class industrial park spread over 2,000 acres of prime industrial land with modern infrastructure, strategic connectivity, and a thriving ecosystem of manufacturers, heavy industries, automotive industries, textile production, businesses, logistics companies, food and agro-processing enterprises within a well-segmented industrial zone. Dawa Industrial Zone is the ideal destination for growth and expansion. Position your business for success in one of West Africa's fastest growing industrial hubs. Call 0552040000 today or visit Consumption now. Thanks to the cumulative effect of its anti-corrosion, anti-wear and detergent additives, Exilium new formula also lowers your vehicle's fuel consumption while reducing CO2 emissions. Allow you drive, sir. Experience the difference with Total Energy's Exilium new formula. Choose Exilium. Choose quality. I'm sure by now you know that SNIT pensioners can actually engage a qualified health professional from the comfort of their homes. Yes, that's so simple. They can do that because SNIT, in partnership with the Trust Hospital and the National Insurance Authority, has introduced the SNIT telehealth service, to provide convenient access to healthcare for pensioners. Now, with this service, pensioners can consult a doctor or healthcare professional remotely for medical advice, routine health concerns, and follow-up care without the stress of traveling to a hospital. To access the service, simply dial the toll-free number 0800 877 555 and speak to a qualified healthcare professional now. Take advantage of this innovative service designed to support your health and well-being. SNIT telehealth service, quality healthcare at your convenience. But the recent floods have left many families counting their losses, damaged homes, flooded vehicles, and disrupted businesses. But for Mansa, while the damage was real, there was one less thing to worry about. She had the right insurance cover with Enterprise Insurance. They say Entoa da, but Enterprise Insurance is changing the narrative. We say Etoa da. If it happens, chill, because we've got you covered. Don't wait for the unexpected to catch you off guard. Secure your home, car, travel, and business today with our innovative insurance solutions. Enterprise Insurance, your advantage. But from now till the end of October 2026, Bank of Africa is offering short-term loans at very slim rates to salaried workers. Now, they understand you have urgent needs to sort out, and that's why they give you that quick turnaround time, Yes, they understand all the challenges you're going through. So whether it's school fees, car maintenance, or that much needed family vacation, Bank of Africa will sort you out fast. Visit the nearest branch or chat Fafa at boaghana.com to sign up. You may also WhatsApp 0244 338 226 for inquiries. Sometimes all you need is a quick fix. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner, and your security starts with you. If you don't share it, they can't have it. So shine your eyes. There's a fraud alert by Bank of Africa in partnership with the Ghana Association of Banks. So you know that with the rains we've been experiencing lately, getting to the bus station can be stressful. Flooded roads, long queues, and the uncertainty of travel can make an already difficult journey even harder. That's why more travelers are choosing Oya Bus Ride, the app that puts you in control of your intercity travel. With the Oya Bus Ride, you can book your trip from your phone, choose your preferred seat, select your pickup location, track your journey, and even monitor driver behavior for added peace of mind. No station stress, no unnecessary hassle, just convenient travel designed around you. Now, pilot route currently operates between Accra and Kumasi, and with the Oya app, you can choose the route that works best for you. Download the Oya Bus Ride app today on the Google Play Store or the App Store and discover why your journey should begin on your phone. Oh yeah, bus ride, no giddy giddy. Oh yeah, let's go. Let me tell you about, the Omni Basic Bank Health Walk. Because look, Omni Basic Bank wishes to inform you that the Omni Basic Bank Health Walk, originally scheduled for Saturday, July 11, 2026, has been postponed. This decision has been taken with the safety, comfort, and well-being of all participants in mind, following the recent floods that have affected many communities. We extend our thoughts and support to everyone impacted during this challenging time. A new date for the health walk will be communicated soon through our official channels. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, and thank you for your continued support. We look forward to working with you soon. For further information, please call 0307 086,000. Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. Ghana, let's talk water tanks, and I'm sure by now you know the secret to real water storage. Well, it's simple. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then that's not the correct tank. That's right. The tortoise tank, Syntex tank, is the champion of water tanks. It's strong and durable and built to handle our Ghanaian weather. So rain or shine, Syntex tank has your backs. My people, go outside, check your tank, and if it doesn't have the tortoise on it, then you know it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex tank family today and enjoy water storage that's tough like a tortoise. Call 0244 335 168 to buy now, or find one of our 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, are you strong? Are you tough? But you've probably noticed the lights going off when you least expect it. That means plans interrupted, businesses forced to pause, and homes left in the dark at inconvenient times. Well, Translight Solar is here to help you. With Translight Solar, you enjoy consistent, reliable power every single day. No interruptions, no surprises. Our smart solar solutions are designed to keep your lights on, your appliances running, and your operations moving while helping you cut down electricity costs. We're offering exclusive installation discounts starting at 34,000 cities only with flexible payment options. Call 0242 438 746 or 0256 040838 or visit translightsolar.com. Translight Solar, reliable power, total peace of mind. And it's 2026. If you're still doing the banking hall thing, do yourself a favor. Download the CalBank app today and experience simplified banking. Let's be honest, nobody has time for queues anymore. The CalBank app does it all. Send money in seconds, pay bills, buy airtime, all in one place right from your phone. It's fast, it's safe, and it fits perfectly into your day without any stress. Just download the CalBank app and see what I mean. CalBank, forward together. So this morning, while we talk about, our floods, and while we talk about how to deal with the floods, I want us to do something. Look, there are many who have been affected by the floods. Thousands have been displaced. Fortunately, you don't find yourself in that situation. But you've seen these heartbreaking images and videos, and behind every picture you see is a family struggling to rebuild its life. Today, they need our support. So the Multimedia Group is mobilizing relief support for thousands of people who've been affected by the devastating floods that have swept through parts of Accra. We're appealing to individuals and corporate organizations to support this humanitarian effort by donating essential relief items or cash. Priority relief items include non-perishable food items, drinking water, clothes, toiletries, medical supplies, mosquito nets, mattresses, blankets, and beddings. Cash donations should be sent to MTN mobile money number 0593038842, 0593038842, and the account is Multimedia Group Limited or Daniel Boyfield. The bank account is at the UBA Ghana Tema Industrial Area branch, and the account name is the Multimedia Foundation. So if you go to any UBA branch and you say you want the Multimedia Foundation account number, that number will be given to you. You can also bring your relief items to the offices of the Multimedia Group Limited, Kokomlemle, Accra. Together, let's stand with our brothers and sisters in their time of greatest need. Okay, let's stand with these flood victims who are suffering today as a result of the devastating flood on the 29th of June.
Place in your heart, and I know that it is love, and this place is much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place, heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. If you want to know why, there's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong, it only cares for joyful giving. If we try, we shall see. In this bliss we cannot feel.
And you know, we are a society that loves to give, okay? And so today, there are lots of people who need our assistance. And as Christians, you ask the question, but Lord, what didn't I do for you? It says, because you didn't do for a brother, you did not do it for me. As Africans, we say, I am because we are. And since we are, I am. In fact, in the African sense, we always strive to do it together. Let's not leave anyone behind. For all those who need our help, let's reach out and help them. And what we have done is to make it simple for you. Okay? So you can bring all the relief items to the multimedia offices here at Kokomlimli, or in case you want to make a cash donation, the mobile money, MTN mobile money number is 0593038842, and the account is Multimedia Group Limited or Daniel Boyfew. The bank account is the Multimedia Foundation UBA account. So if you go to any UBA branch, you'll be able to do that. Please do that, and let's help those who need our help, today. Stay with us. We'll return after these messages with sports and birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show.
It's been a week since that devastating floods that swept through parts of Accra and left many people homeless. A week on, many are still counting their losses, and government is still mobilizing support to try and bring relief to them. But in the wake of all that, hard questions are being asked about the solution. One of the central pillars of that is GARIC, the Greater Accra Resilient Integrated Program that, in fact, the World Bank made a loan available to us to help us address all matters dealing with the floods. $350 million worth from the World Bank financing that was meant to help us deal and to make us resilient in the face of the flooding that has been affecting homes for years. But the key questions are beginning to emerge about how this funds was spent and the fiscal measures that have been introduced by this current government to deal with the way it was spent in the past, presumably. And tonight we'll go to that, and then we'll get my guests to weigh in. So what really is GARIC? It was to do a few things: reduce flood risk in the Odo River Basin, and that area we know has been a perennial problem, but also to strengthen waste collection and disposal. Why is that important? Because we know that is the waste that blocks the drains and makes it impossible for the flood waters to have free-flowing path into the sea. Then also to reduce indiscriminate dumping of and blocking of drains, which is an important part of dealing with this, and improve sanitation across the areas in question, implementing and across the 17 MDAs in the Greater Accra region. So it was very focused, and it had very prescribed terms and what the monies were supposed to be used for. Now, we'll come to why this is important. But then the World Bank did an assessment recently, which really opened up this conversation and rated it moderately unsatisfactory. Why? Because the World Bank said, in essence, that the fiscal controls that have been put in place were slowing down the investment. But if you look at it, there's a total of $350 million that was made available through this loan facility from the World Bank. So far, the disbursement up until April 2026 is 137 million. That's 40% of the amount. And we're talking about some undisbursed of 213 million. And we'll get the latest figures from the Finance Ministry when we sit down for a conversation. But this is according to the World Bank itself in its report that we've recently seen. And this is basically the conclusion why the delay, which fundamentally was down to the fiscal measures that have been introduced. Now, the key question that we will try and answer tonight is why these fiscal measures became important, because that has been where the disagreements have been. And so you will see on the back of this, you see, for example, the Nkrumah, who used to be the Works and Housing Minister, make a point about the fiscal measures, that, people are dying. You do not want to prioritize fiscal discipline, if you like, over preventing the loss of life. So he's made the point. So it became politicized in the face of the World Bank's assessment of the execution of this particular project under the Garrick Initiative with 350 billion. You have the minority leader also making a point of this. So what really was happening, according to the BOG, the bank of the World Bank, there was a ceiling that was placed on the project disbursement, and then there was
Welcome back. Time now for birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by MTN. Everywhere you go. And Bank of Africa BOA Pay from Bank of Africa offers a hassle-free solution for fee collection and other payments. Call us or chat for FAT. BOAGhana.com for details. Bank of Africa, strong as a group, as close as a partner. And Franco Trading Enterprise, still full papa fee. So this one says, happy birthday to Honorable Andy Apiakubi, former MP for Asante Achim North, and it's coming from the Holy Family and his colleagues in the 7th and 8th Parliament. Okay, Honorable Apiakubi.
That's actually a big birthday there.
Yes, it is. It is. And this one says, Dear Mrs. Margaret Ejakwaba, on the joyous occasion of your 80th birthday today, 7th July 2026, we thank God for the blessing of your life. We love your love, faith, wisdom, and unwavering devotion to your family have been an enduring source of strength and inspiration. We're deeply grateful for your sacrifices, guidance, and the values you have instilled in us as you celebrate this remarkable milestone. We pray that God blesses you with good health, peace, joy, and many more years of His grace. Happy 80th birthday. We love you dearly and celebrate you today and always with love from your husband, daughters, son-in-law, and grandchildren. Okay. And this one says, happy birthday to the love of my life, Gisela Nakwo Gomashi, PhD. My partner, my best friend. Your selfless love, care, and dedication to the family are truly inspiring. You've been an amazing wife and mother, always putting our issues before yourself. I'm grateful for your presence in my life, likewise the children, and for the joy you bring to them. Here comes another year of love, laughter, and adventures together. I love you more than words can express. Once again, happy birthday. Hey, Gomashi. This one is coming from my friend Phyllis Gomashi. I didn't know you were this romantic.
That romantic.
And this one says, happy birthday to you, Salome Sawa Ado Ampedu. Thank you for choosing to spend the rest of your life with me. I appreciate you. From your husband, Richard Bright Ado. Charlie, my boys are doing well.
Richard Bright Ado?
Yes, of Media General.
Media General.
Yes.
He was my colleague advisor.
Yes, I know. Richard Batado. And this one, final one from me says, birthday greetings to Honorable Sylvester Tete, former MP for Botiano English Yamanfrum, is coming from the Honorable Suleiman Sanid to you. Which means we can get into the sports center.
In fact, I also have one from... in fact, my former boss, Richard and I were with him, our programs manager, advisor, then Anthony Minta. He's also celebrating his birthday today. And today also happens to be the birthday of Lustowel Kojo, who is the head of news and current affairs production at Adum News. So he's also celebrating his birthday today. Winston.
Okay, which means I have a final one. Let's just get on with the sports center. Because the sports center is proudly brought to us by MTN. Switch to MTN's eSIM. Download my MTN app to go SIMless today. Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. And DSTV, you know the biggest football tournament is here. And DSTV is giving you front row seats to all the action live. It's a FIFA World Cup 2026. And it's that time when everything can wait. Even sleep can wait. DSTV, your home of entertainment and high sense everyday prices for everyday people. So Mufta, this is what you love, because you know with the MTN at 30 promo, every call, every text, every browse, every Momo transaction and every connection to home fiber and every activity on the My MTN app earns you points towards amazing rewards, including 9 brand new Toyota Land Cruiser Prados. Did you get a call from Ken and Sam?
Ken never called though.
He'll call you. Over 10 million Ghana cedis in cash prizes and unforgettable experiences just for you. Because every move counts. Dial *530# or use My MTN app to participate now, and let's stay connected everywhere you go. MTN at 30 promo. Make every move count. T's and C's apply. And for over 130 years, Standard Chartered has been more than a bank. They're being a partner in progress, from helping establish Ghana's financial system to building businesses and connecting them to the world, from helping generations grow and protect their wealth to powering innovation and helping communities thrive. Today, we stand on 130 years of heritage to power your ambitions and unlock opportunities. 130 years of expertise to drive cross-border connections that move businesses forward, support your financial and wealth aspirations, and to sustainably impact communities. As always, we believe we can achieve more by partnering together. Standard Chartered, here for good. But look, if you're looking for premium electronics and home appliances at unbeatable value, choose Hisense, Ghana's trusted brand for innovation, quality, durability, and affordability. You know, from world-class televisions, refrigerators, chest freezers, and air conditioners to a complete lifestyle range, including laser TVs, gas cookers, washing machines, smartphones, sound systems, water dispensers, microwaves, blenders, rice cookers, kettles, irons, air fryers, and much more. Hisense has everything you need to upgrade your home and everyday living. So whether you're creating the ultimate entertainment experience, furnishing your kitchen, or making your home smarter and more comfortable, Hisense delivers cutting-edge technology designed for modern lifestyles. Okay, so visit their showrooms within Accra, East Legon, Kiseman, Achimota Mall, North Industrial Area, Accra Opera Square, Accra Tudu, Dansoman, La Paz, West Hills Mall, Broadcasting, Kaswa, Bachoda, Junction Mall, Tema Community 1, Tema Community 25, Amrahia, Afenya Mateko, and Hacho. Out of Accra, Kumasi City Mall, Kumasi Edum Post Office, Kumasi Tafo, Kumasi Tanoso, Mankesim, Takrade, Takwa, Obuase, Kufuria, Hoho, Sunyani, Techiman, and Tamale. Hisense, best for quality, best for durability, best for energy efficiency, best for affordability, best for style, and best for technology. Call them today on 0302 550000. Visit hisense.com.gh for inquiries and more. Follow Hisense Ghana on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube for the latest promotions, product launches, and exciting offers. Hisense, everyday prices for everyday people. Mufta, what's happening in sports?
I think the people who came up with Hisense implement that your sense is very high. That's Winston, in the world of sports, we have Spain progressing to the next phase of the FIFA World Cup. USA have also been knocked out. So, hello everyone, welcome to Joy Sports Center. Here with me, Mufta Nabila Abdullah. Coming up,
we're into the 6 added minutes before extra time. Ferran Torres, we might not need extra time. It's brilliantly finished by the versatile Mikel Merino. No wonder in emergencies you can stick the midfield man up top, because that's what he does.
Mikel Merino crashes Cristiano Ronaldo's World Cup dream with a late winner that kicks Portugal out and sends Spain into the quarterfinal. Meanwhile, all the co-hosts have now been eliminated.
Trossard trying to find a way through, clears. And the USA didn't really take charge, and Belgium did. To Kedlara.
Belgium set aside controversies to humiliate and knock out the United States at the round of 16. We'll tell you more later. But first, it has been more than 24 hours since Carlos Queiroz appeared to announce his departure as Black Stars head coach following Ghana's exit from the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Yet, the Ghana Football Association has remained silent despite growing public speculation. Joy Sports' Victor Achuta Maklo reports that the 73-year-old Portuguese seemed to bid farewell after the run of 32 exit, that he remains one of the strong contenders for a permanent role.
It was not by the prayer, it was not by the German Football Association. I have a very close relationship with the football president and the past class management with there is a very healthy link that we are working with. And they have not only kept a decision different that they don't want to learn. Neither had they also suggested to them that this is the end of it. So the suggested language between there is a bit confusing as far as we're concerned. Like it or not, he will be a strong option for the captaincy Black Star group.
Victor Achitamaklo reporting from the United States. Meanwhile, sports journalist Fifi Anama believes the veteran trainer is not the reason Ghana was eliminated from the World Cup.
He did what he had to do. We saw a nation in distress, easy money to make, $100,000. Come in, do whatever you can. Whatever happens, you still earn your money. So I can't blame him. I mean, he's not the problem. The problem are the people who are in charge, who see truth clearly in the face and say, no, I want to do things our way. Now, everybody at the GFA knows that there's something wrong, but they are always thinking about what will bring money into their pockets. It's unfortunate. That's just the truth.
So they know. So Fifi, you're saying they know
yes,
what is wrong.
They know what,
but they're not interested in fixing it. Is that what you're saying?
They are not interested in fixing it. That's the truth of the matter.
Fifi Anama speaking on Prime Morning on Joy Prime. Part of Carlos Queiroz' statement on Sunday said the future of the Black Stars will not be built only on the pitch. He says success must start off the field by creating the best possible environment to prepare, protect, and develop Ghana's extraordinary football talent. Football analyst Coach Christopher Nimley said this is an indictment on the GFA.
I mean, he's aware. Look at the statement he's put out there. He's made it very clear that success is not only on the pitch. Success includes, look, when you are preparing for a football game, let me just say that about 80% of your preparation of the football game is not what you see on the pitch or what you see on the training ground. The training ground at the Black Stars level, you're not going to teach players who should now control and pass. It's about tactics. It's about system. It's about movement in anticipation of what your opponent will do. Look at the statement he's released. It's an indictment, proper indictment on the managers of our game. When you talk, they don't want you to talk. Then they are threatening you. They will take you to court. Take you to court.
Coach Christopher Nimley there speaking. Now, former Ghana international and Uganda youth coach Yankson has availed himself as a replacement for Carlos Queiroz. Lai speaking on World Cup Live on Joy Prime stated that the country needs a long-term plan for the technical direction of the senior national team.
For me now, we need to look at long-term projects now. So long-term, at least 5 years. We shouldn't think about getting the coaching and the coach comes in and then you have to win something now. We need to be patient. Have a 5 years project. Next World Cup is what? 4 years to come, right?
AFCON is also coming.
AFCON is coming, but even the AFCON, we shouldn't be thinking about going to win the AFCON now because we have to be very honest. We don't have a team at the moment. We don't have a team at the moment. So we need to hire a coach and give him long-term, at least 5 years, and use him as a project. The coach should build a team for us. I have a job now, and I'm happy with my job. For now, I'm happy with my job.
But if they call you, will you walk away from Uganda and come and take the job?
I'm a Ghanaian.
Coaching you.
I'm a Ghanaian, and I would love to. I would love to hear that call ringing. I would love to do that. Because there is no joy in you doing something to help your country.
Former Ghana international and Uganda youth coach Yankson there. Some fans have also been sharing their views on Ghana's performance at the World Cup.
So to me alone, I think it's very bad. We need to work on our football team, especially the leaders in front. There are better players that would have played better than those who are going to play.
Last time performance, poor, bad. If something's about poor and bad, like I want to it. Boy, you should collapse GFA. GFA is our problem.
And okure na enkoyi. Anzi yenye ya Ghana for the support umbet. Ye team na angasa na de nenye.
We supported the team because we are Ghanaians, but the team was not good enough, especially Jordan Ayew. He has helped the nation before, but currently he's not good. How do you play 3 World Cups without a goal?
Jordan wa boa o man pen. But say wo boa na wotamu twema, etwem. Wakwa World Cup 3 times. One share 1 goal as a striker. Striker wo bobo yenye free kick bia. Wo striker na wo go to. yenya kwana striker na kutu hwane nche go no.
Those were the opinions of some fans following Ghana's exit from the FIFA World Cup. Now let's talk about teams that are still in contention for the World Cup now, where Spain substitute Mikel Merino struck in the 91st minute to seal a 1-0 victory over Portugal on Monday, sending the former champions into the quarter-finals. The defeat brings the curtain down on Cristiano Ronaldo's World Cup career without lifting the trophy in 6 attempts, where he scored 11 goals. Merino scored just 6 minutes after coming off the bench in the Iberian Derby in Dallas. Meanwhile, the United States World Cup dream ended in the last 16 earlier this morning after they suffered a 4-1 defeat to Belgium in a match overshadowed by FIFA's controversial decision to lift following Balogun's suspension. Balogun was cleared to play despite a red card he received against Bosnia, and following the unprecedented intervention by US President Donald Trump. The forward had little influence, though he won the free kick that led to the Americans' first half equalizer before Belgium took control. Trump confirmed yesterday he had spoken to Gianni Infantino to review the suspension.
Whereas when you see it in fast motion, it will look like two guys collided, which is really what happened. They got sort of entangled. He didn't do anything wrong, and he's our best player or one of our best players, a very vital player. And he gave him a red card. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't think it meant much. Then I started hearing that means he can't play in the next game, at least in the next game. I said, boy, that's a big, if it happened to another player, it would have been unfair. But when they take your best player or just about, they have some great players, and they say you can't play, that's very unfair. That's, it's one thing to penalize somebody for the game, but how do you penalize them for a game that hasn't been played yet? It's very unfair. You can't do that. So, yes, I asked for a review by FIFA. I spoke to a man who's highly respected, and by the way, whose level of respect has gone up tenfold.
Donald Trump there. Meanwhile, English journalist Piers Morgan has asked the U.S. to speak to Donald Trump so that he will engage Gianni Infantino to overturn the result. At 4 p.m. today, defending champions Argentina will face Egypt in Atlanta in the round of 16. That game will be live on Joy Prime. Belgium will face Colombia at 8 p.m. It is Colombia versus Switzerland, which is 8 p.m. later today in the last round of a 16 game that will be happening in the ongoing FIFA World Cup. The quarterfinal pairings currently as we have France against Morocco, Belgium comes up against Spain, Norway versus England, and we'll be able to confirm the teams that are going to be pairing for the last round of the quarterfinal after the games later today. On Wednesday, there will be no matches in the FIFA World Cup. We will all return on Thursday. Winston.
Yes, Argentina and Egypt. Egypt.
If Egypt had the structure and the discipline of Cabo Verde, I would have tipped them to go through.
If they had the discipline of Cape Verde, your expectation is that they'll beat Argentina.
They'll beat Argentina.
They don't have it.
That's the point. That's the difference.
They don't have it. As for Argentina, they had a very nice road. They have a very easy road.
So when they win, they'll play either Colombia or... But Argentina wouldn't like to play Colombia.
Oh, really?
Those two nations, they don't meet eye to eye in the Ghanaian balance.
But I'm not sure Colombia can beat Belgium. But if they do, that'll be good.
The Switzerland, rather.
Switzerland.
They'll come against Switzerland.
I'm not sure they can beat them. But if they do, that'll be okay.
And they should meet Argentina.
And then
I think they should meet Argentina.
It means that Spain plays against which team in the quarters?
In the quarters, Spain will come up against Belgium.
And the winner of that would meet the winner of the Argentina line.
Yes.
Argentina, this thing is easy. But Portugal, end of the road for Cristiano Ronaldo.
Quite unfortunate for the
man. He didn't. I watched the game. He should have been substituted.
In fact, in the studio, someone said, "Why is he playing like Jordan and you?" He just
why are you bringing Jordan into this?
Someone said it. I'm not the one.
Why are you bringing everything you bring Jordan in?
I'm saying it. They said the way when they have the ball, he can't run it to space for pass. I'm not the one saying it.
Don't do that. Don't do that to Jordan at all.
No, I'm just rebroadcasting what someone said.
I'm a fantastic player, champion Jordan.
I'm just rebroadcasting what someone said on a big platform. That's all.
Every day you are talking about Jordan. Ghana's Jordan.
No, on a serious note, Jordan, as someone from a football family, they can just sit down and have a discussion as to whether he has dipped in form, he still has what it takes to go or not, because they really know what it means to play football to the highest level, and they can take that decision themselves.
He doesn't have what it takes now. if I were Jordan, I would have been long gone. If I were Jordan.
If you were Jordan,
I'd be gone.
You aren't Jordan.
Yes, if I were Jordan, I would be gone. Anyway, thank you very much, Muftar, for joining us, which means we can bring you the Business Minute. And the Business Minute brought to us by Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts. The Business Minute returns tomorrow here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. But let me tell you about Anointed Engineering Services, because look, they are into the sale of ultra-silent, fuel-efficient diesel generating sets, and the services include a 24-hour emergency service, sale of genuine spare parts, reliable rental service, professional advice, and sale of tar lights and rental. Locate their East Legon branch at 26 Boundary Road, Legon, close to AH Hotel, and head office at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. They also have 21 branches nationwide, and they are into skill training. They have a training school that trains students in generators and plants, auto mechanics, electricals, and controls and solar installations. They offer 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. So call them on 0243 480 334 or 0246 423534. Anointed, the generator SS. But let's get interactive this morning on the Super Morning Show. Social media messages brought to us by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and number 10 liver salt, a refreshing relief, as well as Cowbell Coffee, with you every moment. And you know how money really moves in Ghana? Well, at EcoBank, we know it doesn't move only on payday, it moves every day, connecting Ghanaians with their families, communities, and businesses. It's airtime sent to a sister, transport money for daddy, support for a cousin's education, contribution towards family funeral, and a helping hand when it matters most. In Ghana, money is more than a transaction. It is people supporting people, families helping families, and communities moving forward together. That's why there's EcoBank, a bank built for the way Ghanaians and Africans move money, with one seamless banking experience across 34 African countries. EcoBank digital platforms connect people, businesses, and opportunities in Ghana and across the continent. Pay bills, transfer money, access ATM services, and manage your finances anytime, anywhere with the EcoBank mobile app, USSD *770#, EcoBank online, and EcoBank ATMs nationwide. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. And on Big Stories this morning, brought to us by Telecel Connecting Energies, Lancaster University, Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa, and Awake Natural Mineral Water, one for life. Our focus is on, the GES Greater Accra Directorate, their directive to schools to stop, graduation ceremonies, prom nights, and other related activities. I want to understand, first of all, what the other related activities are. And one person has sent us a message asking whether the BEC Livers Party is all part of it. We'll get into all of that here shortly on the Super Morning Show. But travelers, the days of switching off your data when you travel are over. Telecel Plus roaming gives you unmatched, and the best rates across up to 100 countries, including every country in Africa. No more landing in a new country and worrying about how to order a ride, find your hotel, navigate a new city, or stay in touch with family and friends. No more hunting for local SIM cards. No more fear of expensive roaming charges, with rates from just 0.09 pesos per megabyte and incredible value on voice and data. Telecel World Plus roaming bundles keep you connected from the moment you land. So whether you're traveling for business, on holidays, or following the excitement of the World Cup, you can stay connected with confidence wherever you go. So relax, don't worry about roaming costs, just do you. Dial *5959# or activate your bundle on the Telecel Play app today. Telecel, connecting energies. But every day your body needs clean, refreshing water, and Awake is carefully produced to keep you refreshed and hydrated, purified, refreshing, and purpose-driven. Now, through our One for Life campaign, we support people living with various cardiovascular diseases, where every bottle you drink, an amount is donated to the National Cardiothoracic Center, Kolebu, Teaching Hospital. So drink water, drink Awake, proudly produced by Casa Precon PLC. Awake Purified Drinking Water, One for Life. Drink water, drink Awake, available nationwide, and this is FDA approved. Now, also coming up this morning, our friends from the Ghana Revenue Authority were telling us more about tax reliefs, okay? That's something you get to benefit as a taxpayer. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these.
Oh, Charlie, Telecel Fixed Broadband upgrade. Oh, you get up to 40% more data on the same old bundles. Best part, the bundles don't expire.
That's how we like it in the town.
Yeah, from on-cap speeds to fixed line calls and flexible data moves that allows you to move data up to 4 devices. Telecel offers an unmatched band for fixed broadband solutions for every need.
Telecel Fixed Broadband has got you.
For your home or business, experience the true broadband difference with up to 40% more data on Telecel Fixed Broadband at the same price. Move your non-expiry data to up to 4 devices. Get free fixed line calls and more tailored fixed broadband solutions for your home or business. Subscribe at www.telecel.com or download the Telecel Play app or visit a Telecel retail shop today.
Telecel, connecting energies.
So the essence of my praise is centered on your grace.
My name is Diana Hamilton, VGMA Artist of the Year 2021 and brand ambassador of Awake Purified Drinking Water. I am super excited to partner with Ghana's first charity-driven water to give back to our communities. Awake is a brand that makes a difference. We impact the world around us. That is why for every bottle of Awake water you buy, an amount is donated to the National Cardiothoracic Center. Yes, every time you quench your thirst with a refreshing bottle of Awake, you're helping contribute to save lives. So keep drinking Awake Purified Drinking Water and let's continue making a difference. Awake Water, one for life, supporting the National Cardiothoracic Center. This advert is FDA approved.
Temporarily swept from the project account. We'll get some clarity on this when we sit down. The delayed contractors' payments and then the slow execution of civil works. Now, the important thing to note from what we're now learning, we've seen what this did was to force a bit more transparency around the questions around the fiscal controls. So the details now beginning to emerge tell a slightly different story, which is why really was there these strict measures put in place now under this current government to deal with these challenges. Now, what we find in the documentation, which will be publishing, the research desk will publish, is, and these were the issues that apparently then convinces this current government to slow down, but also make sure you put in place stricter measures to check the misapplication of the funds. Because I've told you what the funds were meant for. So you see here, for example, in some of the line items that were disbursed in 2020, 500,000 cedis for management of training at Aqua Safari. And the question was, okay, fundamentally, the money was for flood prevention and resilience. So was this justified, for example, is the question that was asked. Then you have, again, another 500,000 thereabout on end-of-year retreat. What was that for? And was that to deliver on the core mandate of Garrick? That was in 2022. Then you have 2023, you have this 11,000 on meetings and fuel for trip for project directors. So you have November 2023, you have 100,000 fuel coupons for Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources. You also have, almost a 50,000 for salt cutting ceremony, 16,000, 23,000. For some very interesting things that the questions are now being asked about. And I understand that the Parliament itself is going to be looking into this. The Deputy Minister was supposed to appear before the joint committees responded for this, so that we could get some further clarity. But the documentation around the expenditure is now beginning to emerge, giving us clarity over the disbursements over the period. That is the justification for the fiscal controls that have been put in place. And a lot of this raises fundamental questions about misapplication for issues for things like COVID and other expenditure that didn't go directly to alleviating or mitigating flooding, right? We'll ask those questions and get some answers when we sit down for a conversation. And you go back to the World Bank report. It talks about the annual breakdown of the total Garrick payments that we've seen over time. And you look at 2019, for example, it was just a 540,000 that was disbursed from there, but it climbed steadily, reaching a peak of 160 million in 2025, right? And if you look at 2023, you have a 98 million. You look at 2024, you have 113 million. And I get a sense, and I remember this very clearly, the previous minister under the Akufo-Addo regime had told us then that he was also expecting some money to come in so they can do a few things in terms of dredging the Odor, and that had delayed at the time too. But if you look at over the period, significant amounts have been disbursed. Even in 2025, in spite of the World Bank's flagging of the delays, significant amount of 160 million has still gone out, according to the World Bank itself, and then 130 million now also in 2026. We'll get the latest figures, but this is according to the World Bank itself in its report that has been released. Then you look at the breakdown of the guide payments and the focus on the civil works alone, right? There's a lot there in the Excel sheet that details what money was spent on. The civil works over time has also climbed steadily, reaching 34 million cedis in 2024, but had gone up all the way to 103 million, according to the World Bank itself, in 2026. And then we are talking about some 98 million in 2025. So you look at the amount of money had gone into civil works. These are monies that the breakdown of the Gary payments that had already gone out. And then you look also at the breakdown of the finance ministry's Gary payments, which part of the nitty-gritties, the granular details I mentioned earlier, some of the questions that then prompted the tightening of the fiscal controls. But if you look at it more broadly, between 2019 and 2026, you have civil works of 250 million cedis gone out already, and you have goods and service, goods, equipment, and vehicles, 132. And then the questions that we always ask in these matters is that we're spending a lot of money on vehicles, possibly, that doesn't go directly to dealing with the problem. But of course, equipment you need. What about the goods? Consultancy services. Red flags will always emerge when you're dealing with consultancy services. You need to pry that open and look at, are there questions there of propriety in the expenditure of 91 million cedis during that period, and then compensation, settlement, training, workshop, and meetings. And for me, that is a fascinating, jaw-dropping one. Training, workshops, and meetings. Between 2019 and 2026, we spent 34 million cedis on training, workshops, and meetings. You need to break this down and ask the hard questions whether we're spending that money right. And my guess, Wayne, whether or not there's a justification for this tightening of the fiscal controls by this current administration on the back of these questions. That is obvious, you must ask on the face of it if you're spending 34
of all your dreams. Cheers to another year of impact and success is from your birthday brother, Papa Blankson Anaman, to you. Okay, enjoy your day. And this one says, happy birthday to my wife. Bless Amma Deborah, a wonderful mother and wife, wishing you God's blessings and peace. And this is coming from Richard Deborah. Okay, so let's get into, this conversation. A conversation about celebrations, graduations in our schools. And, the Ghana Education Service, the Greater Accra Directorate, they've issued a statement and they've directed that all these things are suspended in our schools. Okay? It starts by saying the attention of the Regional Education Directorate has been drawn on planned graduation ceremonies being organized by management of some schools within the Greater Accra region. And it continues, so you are hereby reminded that the Ministry of Education has banned all of this. Well, let's get onto the phone lines. And this morning, we're joined by Professor Peter Quartey. And he's joining us, okay, as...
But access of whether you're spending it right and whether you shouldn't tighten it a bit more.
Let's start a conversation with him. Professor Quartey, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, Winston, and good morning.
Hello, Prof.
To the listeners.
Okay. Now, Prof, first of all, I'd like to find out, before I get to have your take on what this means to you, were you at any point consulted by the GES before this directive?
A big no, not at all. And none of the parties of the association that we belong to were consulted.
Okay, you were not consulted by, the GES before this release?
No, we were not consulted.
Do you have clarity on what this means? Because I'm looking at it and I ask myself, What constitutes related activities?
It's also vague to me, very vague to me, if you say related activities. Winston, you and I grew up in this country. We have graduation ceremonies, we have speech and prize giving ceremonies, and all other related activities. It's an opportunity to reward staff, reward hardworking, deserving students, reward teachers who have worked so hard to make children and many big people in high places what they are today. So it's an opportunity to do so many things. And in the letter, it says that planned graduation ceremony. So you know people have planned. They have invested money. And then you ask them to stop. What it means is that all the investment, all the money, and all the hopes and aspirations of these young ones and teachers are being dashed. I mean, I don't think we should react this way. In as much as I agree with the father, there are excesses which needs to be kept. If you want to curb excesses, you provide guidelines, you provide direction, but you don't ban. I think this is a knee-jerk reaction.
Now, following the release of this statement, have you, for instance, contacted GES, and what's been the explanations to you?
Yes, we've tried reaching out to the authorities. I don't want to mention names, but so far I've not had any feedback or any as to what the intentions are and what they hope to do. Whether it's a permanent ban or it's just a temporary one, we don't know.
And talking about you've reached out to them, what were the concerns you put out to them?
The same concerns I've raised, that we use this opportunity or this occasion to reward students, to motivate students. I mean, if you see your colleague receiving a prize or prizes, it will motivate you. It will motivate parents to speak to their children. It's an opportunity for us to meet and engage. There's a report that is provided to parents about the school, the challenges, the progress made, what we need to do, how we plan ahead. We use the opportunity to reward hardworking staff, as well as even bring resource persons to speak on key issues. It could be screen addiction. Sometimes we speak about digital technology. We speak about the future of work, career, and guidance, and so many other things that are very beneficial. You don't just get up one day and say, I'm banning it because some people are creating excesses. I agree, others are doing it, they are creating excesses. And Winston, that brings us to the issue about free SHS. The same people we say they cannot pay school fees and therefore government is paying fees, feeding their children, buying uniforms and textbooks and all kinds of things, are the same people who are driving cars to school, money bouquet, etc. We have said time and time and again that there's a need to review the free SHS system. We can't have a blanket policy, pay fees for everybody. We need some means testing. These same public secondary schools are the ones they are displaying cars, they are displaying money bouquet, and so many other things. If we ban at pre-tertiary level, what happens if they take it to the university? Are we going to ban the universities from also holding graduation ceremonies, or what are we doing? We need guidelines, we need direction, we need directives.
And Prof. Korte, when you spoke to them about these things, earlier you talked about the fact that you do not know whether this is going to be a permanent ban or a temporary one. But did they give you explanations on, what did they say in response to these concerns that you've raised?
Well, they said the complaints have become one time too many, and therefore they thought they should ban it so that we can find the way forward.
But as a proprietor, would you agree that some of these things, because there are certain schools that organize graduation ceremonies basically at multiple stages, and that for some parents is also a drain on their minimal resources?
Exactly. That's why we need guidelines. There are PTAs. Some of these things are discussed. If they have issues, these are internal issues that they can raise and be addressed. The children love it. The parents love it. But when somebody is taking advantage and charging excessive fees or charging exorbitant fees, we need to deal with those issues, but not to ban it.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I was at my son's graduation ceremony when he was leaving kindergarten to primary school. And it was okay. I mean, I was excited watching him answer questions. I was excited when he was awarded the superstar reader. And I said to myself, well, this shows that you come from the Amoah home where reading is loved by everybody. So I can understand, that bit. But finally, what would you say, Professor Peter Quartey?
This is not new. This graduation ceremonies at lower level is not new. My cousin in Houston, Texas, recently I went to the space station and stayed with them they have triplets. They are in KG1. They had graduation ceremony in the U.S., Houston. So what are we talking about? That we are banning it? No, let's have guidelines. Let's have regulations. If in America, children can have graduation ceremonies as low as KG1 age. What are we talking about? That we cannot allow children who enjoy these occasions, and we say we are banning it completely. I disagree totally. Yes, these excesses have to be kept. The prawn nights and whatever. For me, it's nauseating when I see these things being and then flaunted on social media. I frown on those things. But I don't think that the good thing that we are doing that is helping our children, shaping their future, shaping their mindset. We don't only get knowledge from the classroom. From such events that children learn. Somebody's reciting a poem, somebody's doing this. That's where they learn as well. And we are banning it. Are we going forward or coming back? I think we need to rethink. We need to come back again to this. We need guidelines. We need policies, not a total ban. Okay. It's a knee-jerk reaction, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Professor Peter Quartey, for joining us this morning. What's your own take, okay? Whether you're a parent or you're a proprietor or proprietress, what's your own take on this ban by the Greater Accra Directorate of the Ghana Education Service on, graduation ceremonies and other related activities, prom nights? Well, there are those who would argue that's for prom nights. Well, it's not really necessary. But how about graduation, nights? Anyway, tell us what your thoughts are. Join us on X. Use the hashtag JoySMS. Then on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. But coming up, our friends from the Ghana Revenue Authority are joining us for a conversation about tax reliefs for you. Before they join us, I was telling you about the song by Lasmeed. So this is for all our Gen Z listeners. Is Lasmeed with Biggest Nathaniel.
I'm the greatest Nathaniel, Lasmeed. The greatest Nathaniel, Lasmeed. The greatest Nathaniel, Lasmeed. The greatest Nathaniel.
Directly to what it was originally intended for. And then you look also, again, still on the World Bank report telling us a bit, 2026 guide funding gap there of $23.3 million. And you must ask the question, why is there a gap? Because the money's already been released. Why are we not sending all 23.3 million out for it to be used to mitigate flooding, right? So then you have the approvals, the civil works contract that we know is awaiting approval of 78.8. So yes, you've disbursed quite a huge number, but there is still a lot more that needs to go, right? That needs to go. The question is, do you simply, because it's meant to go, 79.8 million, do you simply release the funds, or do you ensure that you're releasing the funds for the actual intended purpose? Is a question. You need to find a fair balance between that and speed, because you need to do it quickly to avert what has happened. My guests will weigh in when we sit down for a conversation. So again, a government corrective measures that is in the report, by the way. So we've seen that 10.5 million withdrawal process has been processed now as of February 2026. So correcting the delays after the measures have been put in place to ensure that the monies go, and we've seen that some of disbursements are already going according to the World Bank itself. So we'll sit down for a conversation and ask a few key questions. So GARG funding is available. there is a question between finding that good balance between prudence and speed of disbursement to tackle the problem, right? How do you square that circle? And then you look also at the history of the disbursements and whether it's time for us to look more critically at what the funding has been used for over the period. I recall last week, my parliamentary correspondent told me there was an expectation that the finance ministry was going to appear before the committee to brief on the GARIC, but that didn't happen. If we can clear that out for us.
So, good evening to your viewers. We have a scheduled meeting, I think, for tomorrow.
Okay, for tomorrow.
Where some stakeholder ministries, works and housing, water and sanitation, and others. So it's coming up tomorrow.
It's coming up tomorrow, okay. Where you get to understand the full scope of the GARIC issues. Okay.
Well, I think the project coordinator and other technical people.
Apply for a tax relief. They'll tell us all the types of tax reliefs, and you'll be shocked that you qualify for a tax relief, and you should be taking advantage of that. Okay, so stay with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. That's coming up right now.
Yamina so nansmanto from ye. Brahma femi na mambo from ye. Medina no medinante from ye. Medina no itiasedom.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Baby baba no na me choose. Baby baba no na me choose.
Joy 99.7 FM.
Baby baba no na me choose. Baby baba no na me choose.
I love this station.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth with Kale Charcoal toothpaste. This gives me confidence.
For the Works and Housing Committee of Parliament, a couple of times.
Okay.
We began scrutiny of the delays somewhere October 2025.
Okay.
So we've done a bit of back and forth. I had a joint meeting with the World Bank and then the ministry itself, with the minister, the deputy. So we've been back and forth on it until this disaster struck. A project like this, if anybody is minded to the facts, would know that World Bank projects, funded projects, have implementation projects. If you look at the 4 components of GARID, it includes a management component. You cannot run GARID without a team. You must train people on what you have to do. Project implementation comes with monitoring, evaluation, and so on. So, I mean, there's been several of such projects come to Secondary City, come to Soko, come to Safety Net, all of these. How do you run it, I mean, without it being implemented? Now, every expenditure on GARID is what has been vetted by the funders and approved. That is why you don't have any slightest indication, except from persons speaking around the corridors of government, seeking to suggest, and in the case of the hula baloo, then miss out the essential issues. We are not interested in these. In any case, there's been no official finding of any wrongdoing. So I'm not able to sit here and if we go on that tangent.
So the 65 million was approved?
Approved under the project.
By the World Bank?
By the World Bank. With their leave, it was applied to deal with the emergency of COVID, with the promise that it should be reimbursed. And the World Bank, I'm putting it on your network record, the World Bank had to replace it under the subsequent $150 million.
Have they done so?
That has been done. NPP left office with over $200 million sitting in government chests, whilst projects are left standstill. People have died. And the response to dealing with it is this spinning that is going around. It's hurtful. I mean, what is all this being bandied around? Figures which authenticity nobody knows are being put out with all kinds of expenditures. I sit as a member of parliament, Works and Housing ranking member. I've not come across these figures. I have sat in meetings with the World Bank, the Minister of Works and Housing, deputy and technical staff on Garrett in the conference room of Works and Housing Ministry. Nothing of this has happened. All of a sudden, we spring out in the media space because we must divert attention. We will not divert attention. We will stay on course. Let us go and finish the project. It's a simple plea. A project like this, if anybody is minded to the facts, would know that World Bank projects, funded projects, have implementation projects. If you look at the 4 components of Garrett, it includes a management component. You cannot run Garrett without a team. You must train people on what you have to do. Project implementation comes with monitoring, evaluation, and so on. So, I mean, there's been several of such projects come to Secondary City, come to Soko, come to Safety Net, all of these. How do you run it, I mean, without it being implemented? Now, every expenditure on Garrett is what has been vetted by the funders and approved. That is why you don't have any slightest indication, except from persons speaking around the corridors of government, seeking to suggest, and in the case of the hula baloo, then miss out the essential issues. We are not interested in these. In any case, there's been no official finding of any wrongdoing. So I'm not able to sit here and if we go on that tangent.
So the 65 million was approved?
Approved under the project.
By the World Bank?
By the World Bank. With their leave, it was applied to deal with the emergency of COVID, with the promise that it should be reimbursed. And the World Bank, I'm putting it on your network record, the World Bank had to replace it under the subsequent $150 million.
Have they done so?
That has been done. NPP left office with over $200 million sitting in government chests, whilst projects are left standstill. People have died. And the response to dealing with it is this spinning that is going around. It's hurtful. I mean, what is all this being bandied around? Figures which authenticity nobody knows are being put out with all kinds of expenditures. I sit as a member of parliament, Works and Housing ranking member. I've not come across these figures. I have sat in meetings with the World Bank, the Minister of Works and Housing, deputy and technical staff on Garrett in the conference room of Works and Housing Ministry. Nothing of this has happened. All of a sudden, we spring out in the media space because we must divert attention. We will not divert attention. We will stay on course.
0.7 FM. Joy 99.7 FM.
Sika Oyemoja. But you know, before the break, I was telling you about our friends from the Ghana Revenue Authority joining us because they've embarked on an intensive tax education campaign dubbed GRA Connect. And the aim of the campaign is to educate taxpayers and the general public about the authority's mandate, rights, and obligations of taxpayers, and generally the taxes and duties that the Ghana Revenue Authority collects. Now, the information will be shared in a very simple and easy to understand manner Today's session focuses on tax reliefs. It's one that excites me. This one we've been joined by Georgina Agonote, who is a Principal Revenue Officer, Client Service at the Agbogbogboshi Taxpayer Service Center. Sifas Makafu Izoka is Senior Revenue Officer, Public Sector Tax Office. Good morning, Georgina. Good morning, Sifas. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, Winston.
I believe you're all doing well.
Yes, yeah, we are good.
Good. So let's start this way, right? Tax relief. First of all, help us understand what is a tax relief.
Thank you very much, sir, for your question. So I'll start with this scenario. So B. Kisi is a head porter at the timber market. And then she contracted her to carry 10 bags of cement all the way to Kaswa. On the way, she sees how heavy it is and says, B, let me help you carry 5 bags of cement. B heaved a sigh of relief because her load was lighter. Now, this is what the tax relief is all about. It is simply an incentive that is granted to resident individual to lessen or reduce their tax burden. Yes.
Okay. So an incentive to lessen or reduce tax burden. I like that. And I like the analogy. It reminds me so much of tax questions. But let's then look at, who grants tax reliefs in Ghana. Makafi.
Okay, so the Commissioner General is the one authorized to grant tax reliefs in Ghana.
Okay, so the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority.
Yes, of the Ghana Revenue Authority.
Okay, so help us understand. Now, you've talked about, lessening or reducing or whatever, but what types of tax reliefs are available to us?
Okay, yes, sir. So we have the marriage or responsibility relief. We have the child education relief, the aged dependent relative relief. We have the old age relief, disability relief, cost of training relief, and the mortgage interest relief.
Okay, so let's look at all of these and we'll look at how we can apply for them. You talked about the marriage or responsibility relief.
Yes, sir.
What's that and who qualifies for it?
Okay, so for the marriage and responsibility relief, it is for any individual who has a dependent spouse or 2 dependent children. So you could have a spouse who is dependent on you for the necessities of life, or you are single but you have 2 dependent children, then you qualify for marriage or responsibility relief.
Okay, so if you have a spouse who is dependent on you,
yes,
and 2 children, then you qualify.
Yes. If you have a spouse who is dependent on you, you qualify. If you are single and you have 2 dependent children, you still qualify for the marriage or responsibility relief.
Okay. And this marriage or responsibility relief, I want us to do it this way. How do you apply for it?
Okay, sir. So for the marriage or responsibility relief, you can first of all download the tax relief application form from our official website, that's the gra.gov.gh, where you would then download the forms, complete the forms, and attach the necessary documents. And the necessary documents being your marriage certificates if you are married, something that shows that you are married, and then completing the forms, and then the forms will be vetted and all of that. Once you qualify, the relief is granted. And if it's for the responsibility you must show proof of being responsible to the children, maybe their medical bills, school fees, and all that. So once you get the forms, you have to attach the requisite documents and then go through the application process. And when it's vetted, then you qualify, it's granted to you. And it's not only our website that you could get the forms. You can also walk to any of our local offices, any GRA office, and then you get the forms and complete.
And so if you get the forms, you fill it, and then you qualify. I'm interested in the reliefs that you'll be giving. You know,
Okay.
in Ghana we're talking reliefs, but people would always say, okay, so let's say this is what I do. What am I getting?
Okay, so for that one, it's 1,200 annually. That's what you are getting. So if for instance you have a spouse that is dependent on you, and you have shown proof that this person is dependent on me, you have 1,002 as relief. So if for instance you earn, let's say 5,000 cedis annually, and then you have a marriage relief of 1,002, it will be subtracted from the 5,000, and then that would be, I think, 3,800, right? So 3,800. So it is upon the 3,008 that the taxes will be calculated. So without the relief, it would have been calculated on the 5,000, and you have more taxes to pay. But with the relief of 1,002, if it's subtracted from your annual income, then it reduces the taxes you are supposed to pay.
Okay. Now, if I get you clearly, because most of us, to be very honest with you, most of us, the direct taxes we pay are from our salaries. So let's say you earn 5,000, you say use it for annually. If you're giving that relief, and I'm doing this deliberately, if you're giving that relief and say, so that will be deducted, so 5,000, okay, 5,000 from your annual salary. Meanwhile, the deductions are done monthly. Now, if you take off the 5,000, and so your taxable income is say 3,008, and that moves you into another bracket. Is that something you do for us, or you say stay in your old bracket and continue the payment?
Okay. So like she said, it's supposed to lessen your tax burden. So whatever income you are getting, so your income, that is your basic cash allowance, any other income you are getting, minus all the reliefs, which include your SNIT, the tax reliefs, before tax.
Okay.
So we are saying that the 5,000 minus the reliefs that are being granted before tax. So if it is monthly, then we'll divide it by the number of months before tax.
Okay. Let's look at the child education relief. What's that?
Okay.
Yes,
So
Silas.
for the child education, the law is saying that for a resident person who has children schooling in the country, you are entitled to a relief of 600 per child, up to a maximum of 3. So if you have children, you could have 4 children. What it means is that you can decide to take 2, and then your spouse can decide to take 2. But you can't take the same 3 for your spouse to take the same 3.
Okay.
You can't take for the 2 spouses cannot take for the same number of children. And the children would have to be schooling in the country, not out of the country.
I mean, it doesn't matter the school they attend.
It should be a government recognized or a GES recognized institution.
So it could be private, but once it's recognized by
Yes,
GES.
it should be recognized by GES.
Okay. And you go through the same process to apply?
Yes,
if you're
please.
granted, and
Yes.
that's it?
Yes. So the form is one. You complete you give us the necessary information on the forms. Then we'll do the computation based on the information you have provided on the form.
Okay. What about the aged dependent relative relief? Yes, Georgina.
Okay, so that one is the relief that is granted to taxpayers who are supporting relatives aged 60 years and above. And supporting them means you are providing their basic needs like shelter, clothing, food, and all that. So once you are doing that and you can prove to us, you qualify for such a relief.
Oh, okay. That's good. Well, this morning we've been joined by Georgina Agonote, who is a Principal Revenue Officer, Client Service at the Agbobloshi Taxpayer Service Center, and Sifas Makafu-Zoka, who is Senior Revenue Officer, Public Sector Tax Office. They're telling us more about tax reliefs. And so now you know that, if you have a dependent, say a spouse who is dependent on you, or, children, 2 or more, you're qualified for a marriage or responsibility relief. If your child is in school also, and aged dependent relative also, how much is that?
Aged
dependent is 1,000 per aged dependent.
Okay. From
Maximum
60
of
and
2.
above. Maximum of 2.
Yes, so 2,000 per max.
What is the disability relief?
Okay, so the disability relief is granted to persons with disability.
Okay.
Yeah, to reduce their tax burden. So once you have a disability and you are working and then you are getting paid, this relief is given you to lessen your tax burden.
All right. Yes,
And
Evans.
then to add to it, it's not just you have to qualify for it. So I think the Department of Social Welfare is in charge of that. You have to go to them, they give you their criteria, you complete their forms. Once you qualify, they give you a form that you submit or attach to your application form to the GRA.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a question here, and let me just ask, because it says, good morning, Winston. Please ask if we can submit the tax relief forms without going through our company. I submitted the tax forms through my HR, and it's been 7 months now. Nothing has been done. I followed up, and I was told I have to wait till the next time HR asks people to bring their documents. Cephas?
Okay, so it's a personal tax relief. You could submit it directly to the office. Why we encourage you to bring it in bulk is that for accountability. So at least you'll be able to know that you submitted a number of tax reliefs to the office. And then we are able to give you the same number of tax reliefs. So assuming you submitted 10, you are able to track that you submitted 10 reliefs or 100 reliefs or 1,000 reliefs. But then you also need the HR to stamp and endorse the form for you. So once the HR endorses the form for you, you can submit it to your tax office.
Okay. But you know, the other point also is that for many of these reliefs that you're talking about, many people pay direct taxes because of through their salaries that they earn. And so and that's what I was asking earlier. So in determining, the relief that they have, it will be important, the HR will know, and then the people can actually then say, okay, so this person's taxable income is maybe at this one, and based on that, deductions are made and given to you, right?
Yeah.
So it's important that both would know.
Yes, it's important that both will know, because once we are done, the tax relief card goes back to your institution.
Yes, exactly.
So your institution will be able to verify whether whatever you have declared to GRA is actually the truth.
Okay, there's a question here, and I'm trying to see if you understand. Please, does that mean that when you marry, you are to pay tax? Please let them explain. No, when you're married and your spouse is dependent on you, you're giving a relief.
A relief. Yeah. We are lessening your tax burden because you have taken the responsibility of marrying. You have a dependent spouse.
And taking care of, so if it's me and my husband is taking care of my every need, GRA thinks that the guy is suffering. He's taking care of this girl, buying her wig and all that. So let me lessen his tax burden by granting him that relief.
Okay. Someone is asking, and we'll get to the mortgage interest relief, but let's talk about the cost of training allowance relief. What's that?
Okay, so for the cost of training allowance relief, it's a professional or vocational relief that is granted to you. But that is not an upfront relief. You can only obtain that when you file your annual tax return, what we call the personal income tax return, which is filed on or before the 30th of April each year for the previous year.
Okay.
So what it means is that the cost of training should have occurred the previous year before you can apply for it.
And if you apply for it, what's the relief you're given?
So it's 2,000 per year.
2,000 per year. What about the mortgage interest and penalty waivers? The mortgage interest relief, because there are a lot of people who are asking that question.
Okay. So for the mortgage interest, what the law is saying is that once you apply for a mortgage, you bring the necessary documents, the mortgage documents, to the Ghana Revenue Authority. You write or you notify the Commissioner General that you have a mortgage or you have applied for mortgage, and then you submit the necessary documents to the Commissioner General. Then the Commissioner General would grant you the interest as a relief to you. But the Commissioner General will first be sure or first ensure that you are actually on a mortgage and you are actually suffering the interest before they grant you the mortgage interest.
So if I get you, if you're on a mortgage, the interest that you're supposed to pay will be granted you as a relief.
Yes, please, exactly.
All the interest?
All the interest for that year. So for subsequent year, every year we'll grant you the interest for that year as a relief. In addition to the reliefs she mentioned earlier.
And to add to it, that is to encourage more people to own their own homes. And it is granted only once.
Only once.
Only
It has to be
once.
your first residential
Yes.
property.
Okay. What if that's my second? How would you know?
No, it's granted only once in a lifetime.
So only once in a lifetime.
Yes.
That's the point.
Only
because
once in a lifetime.
I can only come once.
Yeah, only once.
So whether
in
it's
a
my
lifetime.
second or third, I can come once.
Yes. And once you decide to rent it out, it means that you have forfeited the relief. You can no longer enjoy the relief when you decide to rent or sell out the mortgage property.
Okay. Now, are they considered tax reliefs?
Yes, they are considered tax reliefs, but the penalty waiver is in the bosom of the Commissioner General.
Okay. Somebody says, so that the Commissioner General can at any point decide that
Yes.
he or she is granting penalty waivers. What about if, there's a question here, I think Alfred says, what about if the spouse is also earning income? Will you be granted the relief?
No, so it is the spouse that is dependent on you. You are taking care of that spouse. So the spouse may be earning income, but once you are the one responsible for that spouse and you can prove it, you get the relief.
Okay.
Yes.
Right, but you see, when you say once you can prove it, then it introduces a very cumbersome process. There are those who say, oh, I mean, asking me to prove is the difficulty. So help us understand, okay? How easy is it to prove these things? So when I apply, how am I communicated to that, okay, you've been granted the relief? So because people are concerned, and this one says, kindly ask the GRA personnel why they can give tax relief for people who are above 60 years who may be doing some jobs during retirement.
Okay, so for those who are above 60 years, there's a tax relief or there's a relief of 1,005 per year. Once the person is in a form of employment and then the person is earning income, the person is entitled to a relief of 1,005.
Okay.
If the person is 60 years. And to answer your previous question about spouses how do we ensure that the spouses are not taking different or they are enjoying the same amount of relief? What we do is that when she is enjoying the relief because she's saying her husband is dependent on her, then it means that the husband can also not say that she's also dependent on him.
But how about, so and the other question about if the wife earns salary, but you say, so for instance, I'm married and my wife works, she's a taxpayer. So if I apply for a relief and I say my wife is dependent on me, for instance, and you have evidence that she's working, does that in any way affect the relief?
Winston, you know very well we are an African society. Your wife could be earning millions of Ghana cedis and you could be earning few.
The husband's money is sweeter.
Yes, but the husband's money is sweeter. So definitely the husband will still be taking care of the wife. The wife will still be dependent on the husband. But in other situations where the husband is also dependent on the wife, then it means that also applies. Then the wife would apply for it.
Yes,
Okay,
Georgina.
just to add to what he said, maybe you are married, you are earning income, but then you are schooling. And then as a wife, your husband pays your school fees. The bills are there, the receipts are there. He can use this to prove that indeed he's taking care of you. And then he will be granted.
It's an African society, so
Yeah, I can understand that. And you see, what we have been doing today is that if you apply for all of these things, at the end of the day, your tax burden is reduced.
Yes.
So if you are complaining that you're paying too much taxes, you're not taking advantage of the reliefs. No. Okay? So please take advantage of these reliefs. Let's wrap it up. Finally, what would you say, Georgina?
Okay, so what I'll say is that tax reliefs are rights. It's your right as a taxpayer, and it's not a favor. So understand them, claim them, and stay compliant. And then if you may need any information, you just go to our website. That's a GRA.
Some people say that they have challenges with accessing information on your website. This feedback for you so that you'd go and deal with it. They say sometimes it's difficult, so maybe you can tell the team to work on that. Yes. Anything you want to say finally, Sifas?
So you can always go. We have a WhatsApp platform too, and then a toll-free number 0800 900 100. You could always reach GRA, and then anytime so the toll-free number is 0800 900 110. Then we have other contacts at 0209 267047. And the WhatsApp line is 055 299 0000. You can reach GRA anytime and we'll respond to you.
Georgina, this is on a lighter note. Papa Tieku, on a lighter note, says that please ask the lady why, of all the things, it was buying wigs for a wife that she used as an example.
Oh.
Don't answer. Don't answer. That's on a lighter note from Papa Tieku. He concludes by saying, not every husband buys wigs for their wives. I hear you. Thank you very much, Georgina Agonote, who's Principal Revenue Officer, Client Service at the Agbobloshi Taxpayer Service Center, and Sifas Makafu Izoka, who is Senior Revenue Officer, Public Sector Tax Office of the Ghana Revenue Authority. When we return after these messages, we're interested in floods in Ghana. Is it a drainage problem? You say land use, planning, failure, poor behavioral issue, or just caused by nature? We'll be right back.
The project is a simple plea.
I'm standing here at one of the most flood-prone areas, or let me say spots in Accra. You know this place, you've probably been stuck here. Watch the water rise, watch people wade through it, watch the news cover it, and the next rainy season, we'll be back here doing this again. Kaneshi, Abokobi, Kaswa, Circle, Domi, Weja, Tetegu, every rainy season, same places, same images, and it's the same story. And every year somebody dies. This is not a new problem. This is a 66-year-old problem that nobody has fixed. This is a newspaper front page, Daily Graphic, April 18th, 1960. The headline reads, "When the rains came to Accra." That was 66 years ago. 66 years ago, Accra was flooding. People were displaced, roads were underwater, and the papers were covering it. This is June 2026. Same city, same places, same floods. The cars changed. The phone cameras changed. The people recording it changed. But the water didn't. This is a 66-year-old problem that nobody has fixed. Today, we are unpacking one of the most frustrating, most preventable, most consistently ignored crises in Ghana's history. Accra's floods and other parts of Ghana. Where they came from, why they keep happening, how much they've cost us, and the one question that should make every Ghanaian genuinely angry: why, after 66 years, is the city still drowning? Let's get into it. I'm Jacqueline Amoah, and this is Joy News Explains. Before we get into the history and the anger, let's understand the basics, because flooding in Accra is not random. It's not even bad luck. It's a specific set of problems that we've known for about decades. I asked Jason from our research desk to break it down for us simply.
Okay, so Accra sits on a coastal plain, low-lying land, flat gradients, and a handful of rivers and lagoons that are supposed to carry the city's water out to the sea. The main one, that's the Odo River, runs right through the heart of the city, through Circle, Nima, Alajo. It then empties into the Kole Lagoon. On a normal day, that system works, but on a heavy rainy day, it doesn't. And here are 5 reasons why, which every single study agrees on them. 1, the land is naturally low, and water always flows here. 2, people have built homes and businesses directly on the floodplains and drainage channels, on the very land the water needs to pass. 3, our drains are choked. Plastic, sachet water bags, styrofoam, rubbish. In fact, the channels that should carry water away are carrying filth instead. 4, the drainage infrastructure was designed for a much smaller city, but we know that Accra has grown and the drains haven't. 5, the laws that should prevent all of this, that is the zoning laws, building permits, wetland protection, exist only on paper and are routinely ignored. And here's the thing, none of these are primarily rainfall problems. The rain didn't get worse overnight. What got worse is what we've done to the land that needs to drain through.
Now that we understand the problem, let's talk about how long we have had it. Because here's what should make you stop right now. That headline is from 1960. Ghana's first documented major flood was actually in 1935. 1935. From 1935 to 2023, over 3,000 flood-related deaths in Ghana. More than 700,000 people displaced over 88 years. For most of those years, the flooding was what researchers call chronic rather than spectacular. Every year, a few deaths, thousands displaced, homes destroyed, markets ruined. Not enough to make the front page for long or headlines for long. Not enough to also enforce road change, but just enough to keep happening until June 3rd, 2015. This year marks exactly 11 years since June 3rd, 2015. 11 years. And I want us to sit with that for a moment because this date is not just a statistic. It had been raining for hours. The Kwame Nkrumah Circle area was already submerged. Hundreds of people had to run for shelter, and the nearest place they went to was a oil filling station. The flood waters carrying fuel reached the station and it exploded. Between 150 and 250 people, official figures vary. Some counts run higher. But whatever the number, these were people who ran from water and died in fire. People who thought they had found safety. President Akufo-Addo, then in opposition, called it the darkest day in the history of Accra. The official committee that assessed the damage valued the destroyed property at 1.66 million Ghana cedis, about $428,000 $428,000 for over 150 lives. And 11 years later, a 2015 lawsuit filed by survivors and bereaved families is still undetermined. Still undetermined. The darkest day in the history of Accra, and justice has still not arrived. We commemorate June 3rd every year now. National Flood Disaster Day. Ministers wade through knee-deep water. Promises are made. Cameras leave. And the next rainy season, we do it all over again. For some journalists, it feels like a repetition of scripts. You just change the date.
200 million US dollars every single year lost to flooding. Over a decade, $1.7 billion lost to flooding. And Greater Accra generates over 40% of Ghana's non-oil GDP. So what that means is that every flooded market day or every ruined commercial district, every business that can't open because the road is underwater is a national economic loss and not just a local inconvenience. But then what has been done about it? In 2012, Ghana signed a contract, the Conti Project, to dredge the Odo River, restore the Kole Lagoon, and build proper drainage systems. The price tag, $660 million. Shortcut in 2013, but fast forward to 2015, after the June 3rd disaster, civil society groups were already asking where the money had gone. The promised transformation never arrived. Then, in 2019, the World Bank came in with the Greater Accra Resilience and Integrated Development Project, GARID, $200 million. Later then expanded to $350 million. 6 years on, 36% have been disbursed. And yet, Accra still floods. Here's the number that puts all of this in context. To actually fix the Odo flood protection system, built to withstand a serious 1 in 25-year event, the estimate is $675 million US. But then we know that the Bank of Ghana holds $14.4 billion in foreign reserves. A fraction, and I mean a fraction of our reserves could fund a multi-year fix. It is more expensive to keep failing to fix the problem than it will be to fix it. We are paying repeatedly for a disaster we could have prevented once.
This morning we've been talking about lots of issues. We've just discussed tax reliefs. But look, we're not done with flooding yet. And it's important we address one of the most critical concerns that you've shared with us, the issue of planning. Because you've said, but the local government has a lot of responsibilities. We say, when it comes to decentralization, the local governments are very close to the people. They see things every day. So because of that proximity, because of the information that they have, the expectation is that things will be done right. So you've said, when it comes to Accra, what is the plan for Accra? And where did we, for instance, designate as water retention areas? What's happened to all those places? You've asked questions and you've talked about, but the assembly has, physical planning department which is expected to make sure that when people are putting up structures, all these things are permitted, because if you're not permitted to build, you cannot build. Even though you see produce permit all the time, which is an indication that people are not doing the right things. But we say, where are those expected to ensure they do the right things? Well, this morning, Planner Gifty Nyako is National President of the Local Government Service Association of Physical Planners, and she's in studio with us here. And Planner Samuel Ansong is National General Secretary of Local Government Service Association of Physical Planners. Good morning, Gifty Nyako, and good morning, Samuel Ansong, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I believe you're all doing very well.
By God's grace.
Yeah, by His grace.
Okay, we'll get into the conversation shortly. But first, before we do that, look, let me introduce to you Valex Lease, because Ghana's leading photocopier leasing company says, why do you have to buy a multifunctional photocopier when you can lease and pay as you copy and print? Or design your own payment plan, lease an A4, A3 heavy-duty MFP with sorter stapler finisher, production machine with sorter stapler finisher, and enjoy free toners, cartridges, free repairs, free maintenance, centralized monitoring of all staff, and nationwide coverage. Forget about the unnecessary expensive gimmicks and save yourself over 60% of cost. Join the hundreds of satisfied customers across every sector and all the 16 regions and lease an MFP from us. Visit valexlease.com, Valex spelled VALLEX, valexlease.com, or call us on 0244 644 or 0535 208 661 or 0208 603312. Valex Lease is a wholly owned Ghanaian company. Terms and conditions apply. Valex Lease, affordable document management solutions. But look, buying inferior and cheap mattresses may seem like a good way to save money, but do not fall for the trap. If you haven't slept well, you cannot work and think well, and are ultimately putting your health at risk, which can cause you a lifetime of discomfort and chronic pain. So, Latest Foam remains the tried and tested brand we all love. For almost 60 years now, they offer you unmatched quality and durability for every Ghanaian home. Make the smart choice. Talk to them on 0302 231155 in Accra and then 03220 29365 in Kumasi for all your inquiries, or walk into any of their outlets nationwide for your preferred choice. You can also visit them at latestfoamghana.com and all their social media platforms. Do not settle for less. Go for quality. Buy Latest Foam, or else you do yourself. Latest Foam is your partner for life. And if you're an importer or exporter and you're looking to improve your global trade experience, we know that trade financing comes with its complexities. But at CBG, we believe that doing business should always be hassle-free. And with CBG's, trade solutions, your trade financing challenges will be an issue of the past. Take advantage of our trade solutions and expand your international trade transactions while building a good credit history. For inquiries, call them on 0302 216 000. Email them, talk to us at cbg.com.gh, or visit any of their social media handles on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Terms and conditions apply. CBG, we stand with you. But if you need fuel, make the smart stop at Star Oil, Ghana's largest oil marketing company with over 240 stations nationwide, Star Oil gives you high quality fuel, great service, and real value for money. And this is why many Ghanaians are switching to Star Oil. And with a Star card, you can enjoy safe, cashless fueling and easy expense tracking. So wherever you go, choose Star Oil for your quality and affordable fuels. Great. So let me start off with you. Gifty Nyakon, you are National President of Local Government Service Association of Physical Planners. First of all, tell us what you do within our local government setup.
Okay, thank you very much. Before that, I want to say hello to the local government minister and the head of service and all the planning fraternity. We are the fiscal planners at the grassroots. That means the MMDAs.
Okay.
Before 2016, we used to call it town and country planning. So we're all one from the national, regional, and the district. So with the passage of Act 925, we were given to the local government service. So at the national, we have the LUSPA, which is the Land Use and Spatial Plan Authority, and both the national and the regional. But at the district level, we have merged with Pass and Garden.
Okay.
And now we are the local government service. So basically, we are the secretariat to ensure that all fiscal development obtain the permits. So we take the applications, we process and take it to technical subcommittee and approval from the SPC. Then when it comes to development control, we do that with our big brothers, the engineers. So the Act has make it mandatory that we have the planning and building inspectorate unit who mandate us to ensure that after the approvals, they ensure that everything go in conformity with the plan and ensure that there is no haphazard development. Okay. But beyond that, every MMDA per the law is the planning authority. So ourselves and the West Department, even though we play a lead role, but we are not the authorities that issue permits. We sign on behalf of the committee.
So your responsibility, if I get you, is to supervise physical development.
Yes.
Make sure that buildings are at where they are supposed to be.
Yes.
And buildings are not built anyhow.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a committee, but at the end of the day, it becomes your responsibility.
Yes.
Am I right? Okay. Since I am right, then let me go on to my next question. What's your assessment of what we're experiencing today? Because we've said, some of these things are because houses, structures in waterways. Clearly, based on what you've told me, it is not the expectation that we build in waterways.
No.
So you don't have to give permits for people to build in waterways, and you don't have to allow that. So what's your assessment of what's happening?
Okay, thank you very much. Over the years, flooding is not just today that we are having flooding, but every year the intensity keep on widening. And it is also a weekend for all built environment professionals to know how they're going forward, looking at how the issues are unfolding, to all come on board. What we are seeing is not the best. And for us, we see it from a three main perspective. One, looking at the non-prioritization of spatial planning in Ghana. Even though some areas have local plans, but majority of our towns do not have the local plan that guides development of the area. Then areas...
Hold on a second. Majority of our towns do not have the plans that guide the area.
Yes.
Why?
That's why I said that there is a low prioritization of spatial planning as a country. Why am I saying that? When you come to the various MMDAs, they are the planning authority. But it's few MMDAs who are investing in preparation of these local plans. Over the years, it has been left with the hands of our chiefs. But meanwhile, it is the responsibility of every MMDA to make sure that before a person put up a structure on a particular land, the area is being zoned, whereby there is a plan to guide. But you come to the MMDAs, most of them don't show priority to spatial plan because it's costly. We need to invest and prepare the plans. And areas even where they have these plans, the implementation of these plans are also a problem. because of other issues. Because you can have the paper plan, but how is it translated on the ground? Because the last time we checked that the structure plan for Accra, there were buffer zones, protective areas. But the question is, how do we see it now? If you look at it now on the ground, we will all cry. We will not lie to each other. What we are experiencing is not the best.
Yeah, but Gifty Nyako, you and your team are supposed to make sure that you issue us with permits, authorization to develop areas that are supposed to be developed.
Yeah.
So why are we not doing that?
Oh, thank you very much. As I said, when it comes to the issuance of the permit, it is the district assembly.
Yes.
No department issue permit. The committee made up of engineer, fiscal planners, NADMO, EPA, Lands Commission, and the rest. So it is the assembly supposed to ensure that all those structures are not there. But because of some factors like political interference, traditional interference, and many more, indiscipline among professionals and citizens, most people put up these structures. But the issue is, for us as assembly, we take the blame because the act says that before a person can carry out a physical development on the land, the person must have a written permission. So if Kojo is not having a written permission, why is that the structure is not being demolished? Or why is that the structure, the person is being notified to do the right thing? But you see that these protected areas has been encroached. And it will even surprise you that at our last meeting, that was last 2 days, that when you come to Greater Accra and many of our cities, most of the assemblies have like the interest is more on the permit money. The money we are generating more than ensuring sustainable development.
Hold on a bit on that. Let me bring in Samuel Ansong, who's your General Secretary. Because, Chief, I mean, the expectation is that you would make sure that the right things are done. You know, you liaise with the Works Committee, and I see, you know, whenever I've seen stop work produce permit, I ask the question, why did we even get here? What do you think is causing the challenge of building in areas that are not supposed to be developed?
All right, thank you very much. And good morning to your listeners too as well. I think my presence have said a lot, but let me contextualize it a bit. We are dealing with flood currently, and the role of the MMDAs involved can never be underestimated. As you are saying, the permits have been issued, and yet these are some of the challenges that we are facing. You know, as you said, when you see stop work produce permits, you can see that the initials there is the initials of the MMDA. Okay, not a particular department, sure, not a particular unit. Is the name of the MMDA. So it's the responsibility of the MMDA to ensure. But the problem that we are facing currently is that our mind have been fixated on the generate revenue rather than the special planning functions of which we are generating this revenue to solve. So there is a big issue underpinning all that, which we think that the general public must actually know what is going on. They understand their roles and their responsibilities as expected of them. Accra, for instance, the current urban sprawl, as we all know, is something that we shouldn't underrate, and we need to meet up to the demand. People are building, all right. People are building in areas that are not, some are planned, some are unplanned. Some people are selling lands within areas that they are not supposed to sell. Others are buying those lands that without actually following the due process that they are supposed to. And the MMDAs that are also supposed to stop some of these developments are not doing enough. So I think the question should be rather on how can we help MMDAs? How can MMDAs actually perform what they are required to do, especially? Of which we think that it boils down to funding the special planners, or let me say the special planning committee of the MMDAs, resourcing these MMDAs. And for me, I am more of an enthusiast in geospatial intelligence, of which globally every country in the world is doing now, where they've reduced the human interface in solving some of these problems and more of investing in technological interface. What am I actually talking about? There are systems in place in other countries that are helping them, which we need to adapt. And these are not systems that cost that much to do. So I think going forward, we at the MMDAs, we know our flaws. We know where what we're supposed to do and we are not being able to do, but due to some lack of certain things that are happening that way. So I think going forward, we need to invest in the geo-information science the more, train our personnel, the fiscal planning department, the works department, in fact, the entire special planning committee. The committee comprises of a lot of other institutions involved. So planning is not taking unilateral decisions just like that. It's a committee that does some of these things, and then the fiscal planner and then the works district works engineer sign on behalf of, and especially in terms of the issuance of permits. So I think the people need to understand this context before certain questions can also be raised. Thank you.
Great, but you see, you make a very important point that you also have a role to play. You're part of the committee,
Yes.
and so yes, as the assembly, but your job also is to ensure that development happens where it is expected to happen. Am I right, Samuel?
Yes, that's it.
Good. So since I am right that development must happen where it is expected to happen, why are developments happening where they are not supposed to be happening?
I think earlier we said the issue has been urban sprawl. Like development is fast outpacing planning. That is the problem. That is the underlying factor is development is outpacing planning decision.
But you see, Samuel, you also would know, and as part of the authorization process, lands must be registered before permits are given.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good. And land that is not supposed to be developed as
Residential.
a residential area, that land is not supposed to be registered first of all. So you also, I'm sure as part of your work, you're supposed to be liaising with the Lands Commission. Is that what you do?
Yes, I think we do that. The issue is, the fact is that Lands Commission has a representative on the Special Planning Commission committee, and applications are vetted based on that. But you see, the issue about permits is not about whether the appropriate land use was not determined or no. That is not the issue. The issue has been capacity for us to monitor on the ground. The issue has been the capacity in terms of the human personnel, in terms of the technology that we need to monitor what is going on. Because let me say, if somebody is putting up a building at a Ramsar, let me bring this context. I didn't want actual, but let me bring this context. The point is, if someone is putting up a building on a Ramsar site, first of all, that is an illegality. Secondly, if this application is even to come to the Special Planning Committee, trust me, they will reject it. It does not support. But the problem is that the rejection is not the end. the MMDA is supposed to go there and demolish. But you'll be surprised at the outcome of some of these issues, where developers actually can even get a court distance to stop MMDAs from demolition. And these are some of the issues that we are looking at. So it has never been about the land use conformity to land use, no. Even though that is a problem, which we are also dealing with, where certain people have been able to register certain lands without conformity to the existing planning schemes.
Okay.
That one too is another issue.
Now, I look at your Department of Physical Planning and planner gifting. You started by saying, and this is it here, it says the Department of Fiscal Planning at the District of shall manage the activities of the Department of Town and Country Planning and the Department of Parks and Gardens.
Yeah.
That's what you made. The department shall, A, advise the District Assembly on national policy on physical planning, land use and development. But I'm interested in, D, assist to identify problems concerning the development of land and its social, environmental and economic implications. E, advise on setting out approved plans for future development of land at a district level. Advise on preparation of structures for towns and villages within the district. Collaborate with the survey unit in the performance of its function. And also assist to offer professional advice to aggrieved persons on appeals. But also you facilitate consultation, coordination, and harmonization of developmental decisions into physical development plan. And you are expected to prepare a district land use plan to guide activities in the district. Your function, as I read out here, is to assist to identify the problems concerning the development of land and its social, environmental, and economic implications, and advise on setting out approved plans for future development of land at the district level.
Yeah.
Are we doing that?
We are doing that. You see, it is advice.
And assist.
And assist.
Yes.
So for the advice and assistance, we have been given it. But the problem is, over the years up to now, MMDAs have tolerated a lot of things that we are not supposed to do. The advice will come, but who is to ensure that we enforce is the political will. So for going forward, whether politicians will lose votes or not, we need to demolish. Then more also with the allocation of land, because before a person can put up the land, it starts from the land allocations. So the land the allocation, the act is clear. The act states that a landlord shall not subdivide, allocate any land contrary to the approved plan. And if the landlord continue to do so, there are consequences. But the problem is the MMDs, that is the chairperson, who are the MCs, the DCs, and the mayors, are they ready to take on our chiefs and the family has to book? That's the first thing, because the landlord knows that he's not supposed to give a protected area to Ajwa. So if the landlord knows that if he does, we are going to take the person on, and we set an example by taking them to court, then they will not even sell those protected areas.
On the committee that grants the permit, you are there, the works department will be there, the district engineer will be there.
Yeah.
And the permit is issued in the name of the district.
Yeah.
The DC or MC is also on that committee.
The chairperson.
The chairperson is the DC or MC. Now, you've raised the question consistently of political interference. I want to understand something. And based on what most of your members have been telling you, is it the case that some of these DCEs have been ignoring the professional advice you give them to just grant these permits?
Yes, that's the honest truth. Because let me tell you, for instance, where there is the arts. The act says the MMDCs are the chairperson of the committee. So during maybe election years per se, you could see that some assembly, they will tell them they should not even go for monitoring, because they fear that if you go and demolish, you will lose votes. But we are very happy, Greater Accra, the regional minister how she started demolishing these unauthorized structures. And it will even surprise you that those wetlands, if you watch the structures that were demolished, they are heavy structures, and majority of them owned by influential people in the society, of which they know that building in those wetlands are no good. So it is high time we enforce zero tolerance policy. Whether you are a chief, whether you are a politician, a religious leader, professionals, we all be accountable for all these issues. So most of the cases, it is not that the technocrats are not advising. You can advise, but the end of it all is the political head who will say starts. But we thank God that some MMDAs are doing well, like our places where I'm from in Kraza South. Ever since I just went there just 2 months, but how our MCs and the coordinating director are giving the support is very encouraging. So we are saying that whether we will lose votes or we will not lose votes, nature is talking to us. It is speaking to us, and we all need to say what is not good and make sure that we do the right thing. As I was telling you, that some assemblies, the permit, we are not even supposed to take upfront payments. But you go to most assemblies, they take full payment, whether the application will be accepted or not. All we are interested is the money. So we are saying that we should comply with the act. The act says that let the applicant pay only the processing fee. When it is approved, then the applicant pay permit fee. But we have some MMDAs who are taking full payment, and where even people have built in wetlands, they go and take penalty, and they will not even make sure they go and demolish. The act says when those structures are being erected, without notice, demolish. The act didn't say go and pay penalty. If you take the penalty, demolish. So let's all comply with the act.
Okay. Now, we need to activate the phone lines, okay, and listen to our listeners. But this message from Oforiwa in Taifa. Jojo, help me see the message. It says, I believe the implementation of the plan needs to be taken seriously. People keep paying their way to get lands, and it's quite unfortunate. My dad built a house over 25 years ago, and per the plan for the community, our house was supposed to be the last house. There was a forest nearby and a little stream in the forest where we used to catch crabs and sea fishes. To cut a long story short, the forest is destroyed. Houses have been built in waterways, and the stream has gotten way bigger than it was. The local government needs to go out of their way and stand their ground to make sure they are implementing the plans for the various communities. That's Oforiwa in Taifa. The phone lines have been activated now. Let's hear from our listeners on 0302 216 541 and then 055 1111 997. Okay, if you have a question or you have a view you want to share on all of this this morning, the planners have joined us to have a conversation about the role they also have to play in dealing with our floods. Planner Gifty Nyakon is National President, Local Government Service Association of Physical Planners, and Planner Samuel Ansong is National General Secretary, Local Government Service Association of Physical Planners. But going green is not just about saving the planet. It can save you real money. Install solar panels and cut down your power cost, get an electric vehicle, and reduce what you spend getting around. Switch to energy-efficient equipment and lower the cost of running your home or business. And the best part, ABSA Bank can help you finance all of it. The ABSA Green Finance Loan gives you what you need to make it happen. Walk into any ABSA branch, ask about the Green Finance Loan today, and say yes to a greener tomorrow. Terms and conditions apply. ABSA Bank reminds you to shine your eye to avoid being scammed. Your story matters. ABSA. Ni is in Kwashiman. Ni, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, Winston. How are you doing?
Ni, God is still taking care of his children. I believe you are fine also.
Where is Okonfu?
Okonfu will join us tomorrow. He had some issues to deal with.
Okay. Listen, these assemblies, the least said about them, the better. Do you know that according to the AMA bylaws, when you are building shops or office complex or whatever, you're supposed to leave space for car park.
Mm-hmm.
Even look around you from Joy FM and you see that they are not complying with it. Just when the people can pay, they allow them to build. And around my office, close to you,
okay,
there are times when the same AMA that didn't enforce that will collaborate with private companies to come and tow cars that are parked by the street. After watching the shops or allowing the shops to build without provision for car park. And the same people will collaborate with private companies to come and tow your cars that are parked by the streets. They are just interested in the building permits, and that's all.
Okay.
They are the cause of these problems.
All right. Thank you very much, Kwashiman, Ni in Kwashiman. And let's make it very brief so we can pick a lot of your calls. Alex in Dansoman. Alex, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing, guys?
Yes, we're fine, Alex. How about you?
I'm doing great.
Great.
You see, one thing I've noticed in Ghana is this. We always want to shift things one way. Now, the government or whoever is selling the land, is he aware that a place is called Ramsar site? How many people have been educated?
Alex, hold on.
Yes.
When you say the government that is selling that land, that is not something that we can independently verify.
No, I'm just trying to raise a point here.
Yeah, but let's raise the right point. Families sell land.
Families or
so
whatever.
You say those who are selling the land. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Those selling the land, have they been educated for them to know that this area is not an area for houses, and so don't sell? No one is doing that. How many people are even aware that a place is called Ramsar site? And what is Ramsar site? What does it mean? No education. Okay? So the innocent person is always caught up in this trap. And then the government comes in with the easiest way, and then to break. Okay, who takes the money? Who sells the land? Who gives it to somebody to build? I'm not considering those who are coming from high-powered authorities and to build their way.
Alex, thank you very much for joining us. Let's make it very brief so we can pick more of your calls. Jones in La Jones, good morning.
Good morning. Listen, thank you for this program, and I want to, a special appreciation goes to the La MC, Alfredo's Ni Anyete.
Okay. Jones, yes. Go ahead and ask your question, yes.
Yeah, since Monday, he has never had a sleepless night. He has never slept. And the items for the flood victims evenly distributed, fumigation done, house being cleared, gutters being distilled. We pray that it doesn't happen again. And we want to know the downside so that the garbage and the boilers will not be left in our house.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jones in La. Achu is in Dom. Achu, good morning.
Good morning, Winston.
Yes, Achu.
Yeah, so I mean, just like your first caller said, the problems are caused by the assembly. See, when I was putting up my structure, the assembly, in its wisdom, had left this buffer because I think that's where the ECG main grade passes. Later, after I developed the structure, one way or the other, somebody came and said they have sold that buffer to him. I went to the assembly, back and forth. Finally, the assembly told me that, okay, you know what, let's try to settle this, give him half of that space. You can also use that portion of that space for stores and something like that. You understand? So look, Winston, the problem is from the assembly.
Okay.
If our assemblies are doing the right thing, we wouldn't have all these problems.
Thank you very much, Achu in Dom. Kwame is in Kumasi. Kwame, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Wilson.
Yes, Kwame.
I'm happy the physical planners are in the studio this morning. I happen to have some few knowledge about this local government system. Ask them how many physical planners are there in a metropolitan and a municipal assembly. There are few. Yeah. You have an office or a physical planning department in a municipal assembly with just one planner, physical planner, with no technical officer. And most of these engineers who don't know anything about land use planning are doing the work of the physical plan. And they are not taking responsibilities for it. So let them know. Let them tell the authorities that they should employ a lot of these physical planners into the system to help the system. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to Smart in Accra, and Smart will be our last caller for now. Smart, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Amoah. I have a small contribution on whatever that's happening in our country with regard to building.
Please do.
You know, can you take a second look at whatever that is happening? This thing has been happening for quite some time in our country, because each and every family and whatever, they sell land anyway and anyhow that within the best of their knowledge. Can the government take custody of every land that is due to be developed in terms of building? That before it is being sold, when the government takes the custody of the land, and then it will be given to the assembly. So when the land is being sold, the payment can be made to individual families that own the land. Other than that, we cannot control the burden in which our nation, everyone wants to build, and how we are building the house. You don't take the right means and procedure to go about our burden. Other than that, you go front and back every now and then, and then this will continue for as long as God knows when it is going to end.
Great. So let's get in studio and have Planner Gift Inyako to address these concerns. But before you do, I'm told that you also proposing that when we buy a land, we should build on 50% of the plot and leave the remaining 50%. For what specifically?
For greenery.
Oh, for
landscaping. Okay. You know, because one of the issue why every day the flooding is happening is that we have tiled our compound with pavement and the rest. But when you leave this greenery, you know, it's able to absorb some of these flood water.
Okay.
But it is the work of the assembly.
Yeah.
To make sure that these areas are preserved.
Great. Now, Kwame Nkrumah says, I should ask you, how many planners you have in a district?
Honestly, we are few, but for now, about 80% of the MMDAs, we have the planners. The whole Ghana, we are about 400.
You're about 400 for 261 districts.
Yeah.
So
and maybe at least two per.
At least two per district.
Per district.
Based on the work you do, is that okay?
It's not okay.
And how many planners should be in a district?
It depends.
On the average.
Because on the average now we have the parks and garden, and we have the spatial plans. So at least four.
At least four. Okay. And you have at least two now. Some just have one.
And some areas don't even have. Yeah.
So how do we expect those areas, to be taken care of?
You know, as there was a caller who said that. So when you go to those areas, you see that sub-professionals are handling the planning work. And we also have our sister agencies helping. But we have talked to the local government minister about this issue, the head of service.
Okay.
And very soon, I think they are going to look into it for us.
Now, somebody just said when he was building his house, the assembly, Achu in Dom, so Dom is Gan East.
Yeah.
Now, he was told there was a buffer that was left. Someone was coming to build there. When he complained, the assembly said, let the person build, so you also use half as stores. Now, there's a buffer that was supposed to be left. And yet, they come back to the same point. So you are part of the committee. The question is, we see the medical doctors, when the wrong things are being done, they go on, they complain. We don't hear from you. We don't hear you complaining that the wrong things are being done. And so let's address them.
Okay, thank you. For the complaint, we have started complaining. Previously, we were parts of the town and country planning, so our boss were doing the complaint for us. Even now, they are doing it for us. But now that we have the association, we are also coming out like you have given us the chance. But what has happened, what he's saying, is not professional. Because if it is a buffer, how can they negotiate a buffer?
Okay.
It is very... we should not even encourage.
Hello. Yes, Samuel Anson, you want to make a point?
Yeah, I think I want to add up there. I don't know. You see, the point, when you say buffer, I don't know the basis of which he's saying a buffer. Because determining what a place being a buffer is a little bit technical. So, and I don't think in a professionally right a planner or whoever that he was dealing with at the assembly will tell you to use a buffer or buy a buffer. And 2, assemblies don't sell land. So these are some issues that I think it needs to be left in the professional hands. Sometimes when you go to the assembly,
but Samuel, Samuel, before you continue, no, hold on. When you say assemblies don't sell land, okay, between you and I, we can agree that there are certain areas that sometimes when people begin to develop certain areas that are left, and those of you within the physical planning and the works department know that these areas are no man's land.
Yeah,
and sometimes people, together with these professionals, actually connive and develop those facilities. That's something happens, right?
Yes.
Good. So go ahead.
Yes, that is right. Mm-hmm. But the point is, with, as I was saying, when it comes to buffer areas, per the law, it allows some kind of temporary activities to go on there. But to sell a land to develop, what the man said, I don't think it was right, and I don't think any assembly, or even if it was somebody that told him, it wasn't right, because it should be an SPC decision.
Okay.
Not somebody you meet by the roadside and then do these things.
Unfortunately, that's all time would allow us this morning. We need to have this conversation again. So my producer tells me somewhere he would deal with you and we can arrange another time so we can continue with this conversation, because it's important we deal with issues of planning. Anything you want to say finally?
Yeah, someone talk about the planning education. Mm-hmm. It is very true. Okay. So now the ad says that planning should be participatory. Mm-hmm. So we have the public data room where MMDs are supposed to establish, so that it will be open for people to come and participate in whatever planning decision. But you go to MMDs, majority don't have. So we are telling our various MMDs that the acts are many, they are there. So let's all comply.
Okay.
And our professionals, we should all continue to exhibit the spirit of professionalism. Thank you.
Great. And the spirit of professionalism is something we will talk about the next time you're here. Folks, stay with us. We'll return with more of your messages and thoughts on the Super Morning Show.
Morning time, the pot is ready. Mama cook it nice and steady. Call your people, call your crew. Oba spaghetti made for you. Come chop, everybody chop. Oba on my table, we know.
This advert is FDA approved.
It's a goal! The World Cup football fever is here, and Electroland Ghana Limited is bringing the excitement of the stadium right into your home with unbeatable soccer promotion. Experience every goal and celebration in clarity, just like you're live at the stadium with discounts on Samsung, TCL, and NASCO Smart TVs. Make every match day perfect for your football watch parties with powerful air conditioners and air coolers, top and bottom mount chest and display fridges, gas cooker, washing machines, microwaves, small kitchen appliances, and more. This is the biggest football promo of the year. Rush to our showrooms and authorized dealer shops or call 050-315-9739. Electroland, bringing the stadium home.
Every mosquito started run away. Sasso, se come tonton preko. Sasso, come tonton preko. Nani sham ne die edemo stronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
But of course, if you're planning for your future, it begins with the decisions you make today. Welcome back. This is still the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. So I want you to save and invest early with EDC to build wealth and retire comfortably. One clear sign of financial growth is when your money starts working for you through steady returns and long-term wealth creation. With EDC, you get professional fund management, flexible investment options, and the potential for higher returns than ordinary savings, and financial security for retirement and future goals. Your financial independence is possible with EDC. Sign up today. Call them on 0302 610 400 or WhatsApp 0509 268 414. By this July, Ghana will host global energy leaders and experts at the Ghana International Petroleum Conference, GIPCON, on the theme Building a Resilient Downstream Policy, Innovation and Investment for Growth. President John Dramani Mahama will be the distinguished guest of honor. Speakers include the Energy and Green Transition Minister, John Jinapo, the CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, Gordon Kojo Tamakolo, Dr. Patrick Ofori, CEO of the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors, and Dr. Reverson Opong, CEO of the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies. On the 16th and 17th of July, 8 a.m. each day at the Palms Convention Center, La Palm Royal Beach Hotel. And the event will be climaxed with the Downstream Awards and Gala Night on the 18th of July at 6 p.m. at the Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel, Accra. Register now at gipcon.com or call 055-822-3678. But look, Ghana, the biggest football show on earth is here, and Electroland Ghana is making sure you don't miss a moment. Here's the winning deal. Buy any 50-inch or bigger Samsung TCL or NASCO Smart TV, and you get a free DSTV decoder plus 1 month free subscription, absolutely free. Yes, free decoder, free subscription, and the FIFA World Cup live in stunning picture quality right in your living room. And that's not all. Enjoy fantastic discounts and free Zappa decoder to complete your home entertainment package. So whether you're backing the Black Stars, Brazil, Argentina, Black Stars are out now. Brazil is also out. So whether you're backing Argentina or England or your favorite team, make sure you're match day ready. Hurry to any Electroland showroom nationwide or nearest authorized dealer. Promo valid while stock lasts. T's and C's apply. Call 0503-159739 for details, or visit Electroland Ghana. Electroland Ghana, bring the World Cup home. But with the MTN at 30 promo, every call, every text, every browse, every Momo transaction, every connection to home fiber, and every activity on the My MTN app earns you points towards amazing rewards, including 9 brand new Toyota Land Cruiser Prados, over 10 million Ghana cedis in cash prizes, and unforgettable experiences just for you. Because every move counts. Dial *530# or use My MTN app to participate now, and let's stay connected everywhere you go. MTN at 30 promo, make every move count. Terms and conditions apply. But look, if you are trading agricultural commodities, storing of grains, or moving money in Africa's agri-space, then there's one name you need to know: the Ghana Commodity Exchange, GCX. The Ghana Commodity Exchange brings buyers and sellers together on a secure trading platform, so you get transparent prices and fair deals. Do you need storage for your agricultural produce? The GCX certified warehouses keep your maize, soya, rice, and more safe, graded, and ready for the market. And here's the kicker: GCX also unlocks financial services. That means warehouse receipts of goods stored in GCX warehouses can be used as collateral to access finance from designated financial institutions. Trade, storage, financing, all in one place. That's GCX, powering Africa's commodity markets. Learn more at gcx.com.gh. But let me tell you about the CompuGhana Go Rush season, because the World Cup fever we know is on, and everyone is getting excited. CompuGhana says the match shouldn't just be on the pitch. You can bring the stadium experience home, and this is the time to buy your crystal clear TV, soundbars, home theaters, smartphones, laptops, projectors, and more at unbeatable prices. Remember, this isn't just a discount sale, it's a chance to win 100-inch 4K Smart TV, cash, laptops, phones, and many other amazing prizes when you spend 1,000 cedis or more. Rush to any CompuGhana showroom or shop online at CompuGhana.com, and you can also call 0302 752020 or WhatsApp 0243143143. CompuGhana Go Rush season, the ultimate football experience. But look, stop the back-breaking work of hand weeding and switch to Selector herbicide from Agromonti. The selective weed control solution, specially formulated for maize. It controls both grassy and broad-leaved weeds, effective as both a pre-emergence and post-emergence herbicide. It's tough on weeds, gentle on maize, promotes a cleaner, healthier, and more productive farm. Protect your investment and give your maize the weed-free environment it needs to thrive. Choose Selector herbicide for superior weed control. For bulk purchase, contact 0243 462023 or 0249 139646. Agromonti, we understand agriculture. But let me ask you whether you're ready for the biggest football festival on earth, because the World Cup is on, and Electroland Ghana brings you the soccer promotion, which is officially on with massive discounts, amazing freebies, and big winning opportunities. This World Cup season bring the stadium right into your living room with stunning smart TVs from Samsung, TCL, and NASCO, starting from just 699 Ghana cedis. Feel every goal, every save, every celebration in crystal clear picture, quality like you're live at the stadium. And that's not all. Upgrade your home with incredible deals on air conditioners, air coolers, refrigerators, chest freezers, washing machines, microwaves, air fryers, blenders, water dispensers, and small kitchen appliances, and so much more from trusted brands like Samsung, TCL, and Media. Plus, every purchase gives you the chance to enter the exciting Achedia Kessia raffle. For even bigger rewards, visit all Electroland Ghana showrooms, nationwide, and enjoy these deals. Call 0503 159 or 0502 989 894. Or visit electrolandgh.com. Electroland Ghana, bringing the stadium home. But if you're looking to upgrade your workspace or restock your essentials, Kingdom Books has something special just for you. So come to the Kingdom Books office at Osu for the Kingdom Books Yard Sales, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Kingdom Books Yard Sales, shop smart, save big, up to 70% discount. For inquiries, call them on 0501 401 050 or 0244 311 955. But life can be very loud, and the last thing you need is a phone call about a massive hospital bill. What if you could turn down the volume on life's biggest stresses with just one decision? With Eden Care, all that noise just stops. Eden Care is a dedicated individual and family insurance plan that combines everyday accessibility with the trust and experience of a proven health insurer. Think of it as your personal caregiver. We step in to handle the medical bill so you can breathe easily. When the world gets loud, Eden Care provides a guarding of peace and the best health cover when things get hard. Don't wait for the noise to drown you out. Choose a policy that lets you enjoy real care. Reach out right now at edencare.acacia@myenterprisegroup.io and choose Eden Care today. Eden Care brought to you by Acacia Health. And Ghana's digital economy is expanding rapidly, creating new opportunities for businesses, consumers, and financial inclusion. But sustaining that progress will require stronger security, greater collaboration, and renewed public confidence. On the 22nd of July, that's Wednesday, 22nd of July, Joy News and Joy FM will bring together leading voices from banking, fintech, cybersecurity, and economic policy for the maiden edition of the Digital Economy Forum. Under the theme, The Trust Crisis, Why Fraud is Holding Back Ghana's Digital Economy. The forum will explore how Ghana can stay ahead of digital fraud, protect consumers, and build a safer, more trusted digital economy. Join us at 8 p.m. live on Joy News, Joy FM, and across our social media platforms. The Digital Economy Forum is brought to you in partnership with Haptel, technologies driving Ghana's digital future. Trust will help it thrive.
Last night a DJ saved my life.
And more of your messages this morning. Ato in Southampton says, I think the issue with planning and its enforcement lie in education and transparency. I suggest that at the local level, the spatial planning document should be made available to citizens, that lead to citizens being able to stand up against the assemblies when the right things are not done. Okay, thank you very, very much, Ato, for this one. But before we go, okay, folks, let's help the victims of the flood rebuild their lives. It's very, very important. And so you can, donate non-perishable food, drinking water, clothes for children and adults, toiletries, medical supplies, mosquito nets and mattresses, blankets and beddings. You can bring them here to the multimedia office at Kukumlimli, or you can make a donation via Momo 0530 38842 0593, I beg your pardon, 0593 038842. Multimedia Group Limited or Daniel Boyfew. And also there's a UBA account, is the Multimedia Foundation. So once you go to UBA and you ask of the Multimedia Foundation account number, you can get it. Use it to support those who need help. And look,